Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to call the meeting to order today with an invocation by Pastor Bill Franzen, and if you'd remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Just ask for a special blessing upon the supervisors as they direct business. Lord, that it'll be pleasing to you, that you'll be with each and every person here that has business before the board. Lord, I just pray that it'll be a peaceful meeting, and I just pray, Father, that you will have all the thoughts together. We know that you ordained government. We know, Father, that you're in charge. We just thank you, Father, again, in the name of Jesus. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorney on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion to call for an executive session to be held August 21st, 2023 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03, A3, 4, and 7 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk.
So moved. Second.
For that motion, second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Attorney Esplin.
Nothing to report to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee and or legislative reports. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you. I attended the broadband meetings and also traveled to Flagstaff to testify at the public hearing held for the new national monument proposal. And then I attended various other county meetings.
Thank you. Supervisor Angus.
Nothing this morning.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended the Workforce Development Board meeting, discussed a lot of interesting things, but the most interesting thing of all was the fact that of the number of employees that found jobs statewide through workforce development, 52% of them were from Mojave County. And when you think about that's outstanding, we're 3% of the workforce, yet our Workforce Development Board placed 52% of the people that were placed statewide. So attaboy, good job.
Yeah, that's good. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report, but I was informed that the meeting set for tonight on the uranium was originally asked to be set last Saturday. That's with the legislature, but somebody told the legislature that we didn't want them to come to Mojave County and lend their support, so someone at the county or county level is obviously working against us. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. We've got, let's see, I attended the Arizona Water Law Conference this last Thursday, Friday. For those that are following the state level work on water, the Rural Groundwater Committee, I believe, is meeting this week on Thursday. Also regarding the National Monument, I did go up, along with Supervisor Bishop, to Flagstaff to speak with folks from the Bureau of Reclamation and U.S. Forest Service, Department of Interior on the 19th National Monument Declaration. That is 1.1 million acres. They're calling it a buffer around the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon itself is 1.2 million acres, so it's far more than just a buffer. It's actually larger than the entire state of Rhode Island. And one guy through the Antiquities Act is going to say this is a new national monument. We've been told that tomorrow the Biden regime is going to be visiting 4 states, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Arizona. Arizona is the last state in that visit, and is going to be making this major announcement. declaring this new national monument. Mojave County, for everybody that's here, Mojave County has been begging to be involved in that process, and we've been purposefully kept from that process, kept from being a part of that process. They called it a public process, but it's really been a rigged process. So there is a meeting tonight at 5 p.m., a joint public hearing from our Arizona legislature. So if you can come to that, it's going to be a venue for Mojave County citizens to go on record as to the fact that this is going to negatively affect Mojave County. It's not good. The science on water, the USGS science on water does not support what they're saying about water quality. This whole 445,000 acres that's included in this national monument, included in Mojave County, my district, we take exception to them saying that it's one big tribal cultural site. It's largely rangeland. So hopefully you can come and get your comments on record this evening. And that's all I have. We don't have a lobbyist report from High Ground this morning. County manager's report. Manager Elters.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. One brief update. In May of this year, we submitted comments related to the draft supplemental EIS regarding the Colorado River operation, if you recall. Subsequently, the 7 basin states agreed on a plan for river water allocations. The Bureau of Reclamation suspended the draft EIS in anticipation of a new document that will reflect the agreed upon basin states plan. We are currently working with our legal counsel to provide additional comments which will focus, they will be proactive in nature and will focus primarily on the Colorado River communities and their reliance and dependency on the river water allocations. So we plan to submit our comments this month and definitely before the deadline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Manager Elters. Call to the public. We have several people that have signed up this morning to speak for their 3 minutes. First is Thomas Banda from the Golden Valley Improvement Economic Tourism. Here we go. Bond, excuse me. Bond.
I think they changed that where they can speak about
I do apologize, Travis. I have kind of a doctor's writing, so. Anyway, thank you so much for letting me speak today. We're going to speak on some other subjects, but I wanted to definitely get this out of the way because I wanted to give the supervisors an update on what's going on with what we're doing. We formed the GVIETC, which is the Golden Valley Improvement Coalition, and it looks like we're going to be going into a political action committee with Alan, and we love Alan, and we're very happy about that. So I wanted to let you guys know we're going to actually be becoming official, which is wonderful, and this is to help Golden Valley with economy, tourism, and just overall improvement. Supervisor Ron stated something wonderful about the economy in Mojave County. Amazing news, and this is what we're looking towards to do. One of the things that I wanted to mention is that, and we're going to be very, very active now in an official manner to help Golden Valley. That's what I'm here for. Love Mojave County, but Golden Valley's my home, so that's what I want to do. What also we're going to do is to let you know what's going on with Golden Valley, and I'm keeping an eye on the time here, is we are in contact with Robert at Arizona State Economic Commission for extra businesses to go into Golden Valley. We're starting on that, which is fantastic. We're also in contact with Matt Earl Jones with the Arizona Film Commission. And this has something to do with my own personal business with this Biograph, the oldest movie company in America that's going to be established in Golden Valley. And they're very interested in that, in bringing business and some film production quietly and small into the Golden Valley area. So we're very, very happy on that. And this, what I'm saying, is mainly just an update so everybody knows what's going on our end. We're very happy now that our group is going to be official, and we'll be able to be doing endorsements. We'll be able to be getting civically involved and through representation of Golden Valley. And pretty much that's it. I want to say hi to Hildy. I didn't get to say hi to you over at the picnic. And everybody that was here, Travis, Ron, everyone, thank you very, very much, and we're very happy. Also, I will mention, I got 30 seconds left, is that our British Village idea is gaining popularity now. People do want, the majority of people in the Golden Valley area, something there, especially when that I-11 corridor comes in, for Golden Valley to make it really special and to be able to make it a gem of Mojave County. And I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito.
Jennifer Esposito, candidate for District 4 County Supervisor. I couldn't help but notice that you're doing a wonderful thing in abating 600 parcels. And I just want to point out, once again, the county still owns hundreds of more parcels. And you really shouldn't be looking at leasing things, land from the Bureau of Land Management and doing expensive environmental impact studies when you own hundreds of properties in Mojave County. So you save a lot of money if you don't do these sorts of things. Also, my husband, a former realtor, and I have been going through these parcels, and we've determined that some of them are very questionable, including what appears to be commercial parcels that are developed in the Bullhead City area that we should be getting taxes from. Everybody's worried about balancing the budget and how we're going to have enough revenue and everything else. Well, here's a little something maybe that isn't statutory. Apparently, economic development is giving out free classes to local businesses on how to run more efficiently. Seems to me that's something that taxpayers shouldn't be funding, and that, you know, private enterprise could be doing in some way. As we go forward in these budget meetings, we really need to get tough. We talked about not having enough money for a hand count, but I'm pretty sure there was probably $1 million that could have been cut on the first page of the budget altogether. I don't know why we have a $5 million surplus in something called a anti-racketeering fund, because it seems to me the racketeering seems to be going on within the county buildings. Just kidding. But, you know, we seem to have surpluses in places that maybe we don't need them, engaged in activities, things that we don't maybe need to be doing. I'm glad that we're going to be holding budget things. I think you should put that hand count back on the agenda every meeting until it's too late, because I think that 3 of you need to reconsider what the majority of your constituency wants. And I was quite surprised to see the Democrats become budget hawks so quickly. I don't want my taxes spent on that. Oh my goodness. No, not my taxes, but in a democracy, it's actually literally mob rule. It's what the majority wants. The majority of people in Mojave County wanted the hand count. The majority of Republicans in Mojave County wanted the hand count. The majority of people were willing to step up and help out. So we need to stop playing this game of, do we raise this tax or that tax because we don't have the money. Oh my goodness, when will the state step in? Oh, it's so horrible. We need to get serious about what we're doing with the people's money. And as County Manager Elter said, he wants to fund what the people are accustomed, the level of service they're accustomed to receiving. I think in this current economic time, it's imperative that we look at the level of services that the people sitting in this audience can afford to fund, and what other things like training private businesses that private enterprise can fund instead. Thank you.
Glenda Hill. Glenda Hill. I'm not saying that right. Harmon Stange. Morning, sir.
I'm in Stanger 4321 South Cavalry Road, and like I promised you last time, I'll be back. Now, we have this fund property, 4201 Camino de Iva. According to code enforcement, the first complaint was filed on 5/15/23. That's not true. I know for a fact there were online filings for years on their property. I don't know what code enforcement is doing, but we're wasting money with them people. They're not doing their job. They're not doing anything. Yesterday, they had a raid at 4201. They arrested a bunch of people there. They found guns with prohibited possessors. So what is the county doing to clean up our neighborhood? We have criminals with guns. The good people, we have to go through all sorts of hoops to get guns. That's ridiculous. And the other thing is, I don't know if Supervisor Gould seen the video. I gave it to his office about the burning on 4201. They're stripping motorhomes, they're stripping cars, they burn the interiors overnight. They're running generators 24/7 over there because they don't have electricity. So is the county going to do something about it? They're burning hazardous materials. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Robinson.
Good morning, board, staff. I'm Stephen Robinson in Golden Valley. I'm speaking in reference to the recently approved budget. In 2015, at my urging, the county approved their first general fund balance policy. The three main points of that policy was, one, there should be no more than 25% of the previous year's expenditures or revenues as in the fund, and the actual expenditures of the previous year is the more conservative figure. Sometime later, the government one of the other provisions was larger governments can often have a much smaller fund balance based upon their revenue growth or their stability of their fund. Since 2011 or 10, this county has seen an increase in their actual revenues every year from 2010 on. Now, in the past 3 audited financial statements, the general fund revenues have exceeded the expenditures by 10 million in 2020, 20 million in 2021, and 16 million in 2022, the last audited return, for a total of $46 million in the general fund, or in increases in the general fund. Even after transferring out over $20 million in 2021 or 2022 to the Capital Improvement Fund and another fund, the general fund official audited balance was $61 million as of a year ago for the fiscal year that ended 2022. It appears to me, supervisors, that the county has forgotten about their general fund policy, because what I've heard is they're still claiming they need more money. And I think that the county should take a look at how much money they do have in their funds. And I guess that issue will apply shortly when we deal with item 61. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Danielle Keck. Danielle Keck.
Hello, board, and thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter and supervisors for your time. I wanted to take this moment to share an important...
Excuse me, just if you state your name.
Oh, Danielle Keck. And I'm from Golden Valley. All right, so there's another really important meeting coming up tomorrow, it hasn't been publicly announced, and it's very important. It is the Kingman Unified School District School Board meeting, Tuesday, August 8th at 4:30 p.m. It's located at 3033 McDonald Avenue. That's at the district office, the school board district office. And the board will be interviewing candidates to fill the vacancy on the board towards the end of the meeting. And I just wanted to share what happened to me at their last board meeting. And I want to encourage the public and you guys to come and check it out. And I want to thank Mojave County staff and supervisors for putting on well-documented public meetings and giving the public a week to look at the upcoming agendas. Last Wednesday, the budget workshop I attended at KUSD was terrible. If you look at the video footage from the meeting, they left out the call to order, the roll call, and my request to speak, where I asked if it was true that the school didn't have enough money in the budget to get high school students books for their classes. My son, this is his first time in the public system, and he has been coming home every week, and I'm like, where's your books? Where's your books? And he said, Mom, no books in the budget. And I thought that was alarming and disturbing, so I went down to the budget workshop to find out if that was true. It is also missing the superintendent, Dr. Dorner's response, where she said that they have books for all students in all grades at all schools, and the books are just in storage. But the students and parents can request them, and they will get them their books. I alerted the secretary the next day at 3 p.m. about the missing footage from the public on the KUSD website, and she said she would talk to the IT department. I've not heard back from her. I reached out to the superintendent on Friday. I heard back from her yesterday that she would forward my concerns to the proper departments. As of today, there is still, or as of last night at 2 a.m., I was up really late last night, there was no agenda book posted for the board meeting coming up for Tuesday, but they did post it this morning. And there's, the way they have it worded on their website, and maybe Attorney Epsilon can help me, it says, unless the meeting is specifically designated as a public hearing, a board meeting is not a public meeting, it is a meeting of the board in public. So it's very hard for parents to understand if these meetings are open or not open to the public. And so they're voting to fill the vacant seat on the board. And they only had one interested person when I went down and turned in my letter. Once I found out they only had one interested candidate who, I believe a lot of these people support Save Our Schools, which they are against parents' permission. So can I finish the bills that they opposed?
With so many people,
Okay.
I need to ask you to wrap it up.
They don't want parents to have to get permission to use pronouns for the teachers, and they want to use public tax dollars to fund drag shows and sexually explicit materials. Save our schools.
Thank you, ma'am. Ray Pitts. Ray Pitts. Glenda Hill. Glenda Hill. Jonathan Keck.
Hello, Chairman, Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate your time and your attention and your courage for coming out here and representing us. And we really appreciate that. And we pray for your safety. We pray for God's will to be done in your lives and his kingdom to come. And, you know, my name's Jonathan Keck. I'm a resident of Mojave County. And, you know, right now it's hard for us to not feel helpless with everything going on in Mojave County, let alone in the world. And, you know, I would like to suggest and to the people of Mojave County that we adopt Psalm 35 as our battle cry. Please unite with us today again and skip your next meal. And when your stomach growls, take the time to open up to Psalms 35. Take out your phone right now, just plug it in for later, and cry out to the creator of this beautiful universe for his help. And in verse 10, it says, with all my bones will say, Lord, who is like you, who delivers the poor from him who is too strong for him? Yes, the poor and the needy from him who plunders him. When you read that, most people think poor has to do with money. Poor has nothing to do with financial status. In the Beatitudes, it says, blessed are the poor in spirit. Blessed are the poor in heart. Poor is the ability to make mistakes. Poor is saying, I'm sorry, I apologize, I did something wrong, and having humility. And needy has nothing to do with money either. Needy has to do with the need of a Savior and understanding that we all fall short of the glory of God. Supervisor Buster or Johnson, like last meeting, we learned from the woman's presentation on water and water bottles from the EPA that none of us right now are guaranteed any time here on earth. Between that and the radiation from our phones that we carry around with us religiously and the shots everybody took, I'm sure we all know somebody affected right now. And we all need to be prepared to meet our Maker at any notice. And he loves you, and he loves us. He's a father. He wants to see you and you on his lap, and he's just loving you, smiling at you, encouraging you. And I ask you, why the loyalty to these people and their agenda? They are after you too. Anybody with a pension? Unfortunately, you're a liability to the government. You're a perpetual annuity against their balance sheets. And, with that, I would like to say, these well surcharges were an innocent mistake on your part, brought to you by the county employees. And I ask you today to be poor with us and repeal the well surcharges as other alternatives have been brought to the table. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chuck DeShazer. Chuck DeShazer.
Good morning. My name is Chuck DeShazer. I live at 8778 Polaris Road in Topak. I'm here this morning to bring to your attention that later in today's program, you'll be hearing about changes that the development services want to make to RVs, containers, different things like that. And it's kind of funny to me that last Thursday I was in at Development Services checking on a complaint, and my experience was not very good because I met with 3 of the various employees over there and explained to them how for over the last year, your chief building official has been in violation on his own property for many code violations. He has since cleaned it up, from my understanding, to a certain degree, but he's still in violation of setback requirements and also open lot storage, which is something that you're going to be discussing later today. And the head of the code enforcement told me, yep, Chuck, you're right. He is currently in violation, but we have over 400 complaints out there already, and I'm not going to put into any violation or open a case on this one. I had my property abated with never having a complaint on my property because obviously I upset Tim, and he sent his employees out there to do what they could find on my property. And your chief building official has said to me that he can go anywhere in this county, and whether the property has something that's too small for a building permit, and he can condemn anything as the power that he has. And it's come to my attention that he's supposed to be put in for filling Gene Bishop's seat and I don't feel that somebody that is that power stricken, should be filling a seat like that when he's just going around and he's currently in violation himself. Since I've been coming here the last several months, this place I thought was supposed to be serious, but we've heard things like from a lawyer saying that the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to me. We've heard that there should be a stud service for chickens, and it's getting to be almost like a circus here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Devin Cantorano. Devin Cantorano.
Hello, everyone. Hello, board, chairman. My name is Devin Cantorano. I'm here today to shore up a lot of these complaints that you're hearing about code enforcement and violations and all this stuff. We've been dealing with it down in Fort Mojave for some amount of time now, several years. It's been brought to you guys' attention plenty of times. Not a whole lot's been done. We are currently dealing with code enforcement on several cases. I feel that they're wasting a lot of time. Pictures and letters are just not what is going to enforce. These people think you're a joke. They have been written up for violations on RVs and whatnot. And there's one property, just one of 7 that are within a half a mile of my house. And that guy has been written plenty of letters, and county code enforcement has taken plenty of pictures and brought them in here to the county attorney. And it's been 8 months that I've been on them, at least monthly. I've been calling to get some kind of update on what's happening. The last time I called was about 4 weeks ago, and one of the county employees had advised me to get a lawyer. For what? I'm not quite sure yet. But since that, I've been compiling a lot of evidence and issues that the county is just not handling. They're not handling it. You tax us, you take our taxes, you're to work with our taxes. That's what they're for. They're not to just take our taxes and pad pockets. Taxes are to work for the community, support the community. And the good community, not the community that is not one. Let's just say the property taxes of these 7 properties that surround my house, they don't even equal up to what I pay in 1 year. And you guys got representatives and county attorneys going out here and spending way more than they've ever paid in the last 5 years of taxes and just continuing to do that. It's a waste of time, it's a waste of money, and we need to start seeing some action.
Thank you, sir. Janet Wilson. Janet Wilson.
Good morning, Janet Wilson, Mojave resident, Mr. Board Chairman, and supervisors. In my household, when I can't budget my balance, we look at the things that we can get rid of. We don't go out to eat, we don't go dining, we cut down to the marrow. So what I'm making a recommendation, when Supervisor Jean Bishop looked at the constable's salary and what their hours were, she did a great job. She saved us a lot of money by reviewing the money that they were earning doing their job. I think with her being the only one that is not running for re-election, she looks at the salary of the Board of Supervisors, the amount of hours and benefits that you have. That may be a good place to start cutting our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Ole. Excuse me if I pronounce that wrong. Danielle Ole? Ole?
Oh, that's me. Sorry, I put the wrong name.
Okay.
Is that for item 55? She made me fill out a yellow one, too, for my call to the public. Do they both say one time for call?
Yeah, this is to address anything that's not on the consent agenda or the agenda in general or on the consent. So you've had your 3 minutes. So thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Kenny Works.
Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. God bless Donald John Trump. Genocide, United Nations 1948 definition of the practice, namely, killing members of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. I have here a picture of those who are deciding what our future prosperity is going to be. Here's a list of the Second Amendment Foundation suits against the governments of various states and municipalities. There's 35 suits on this particular list. It's not all of them. Each suit costs each gun owner $250,000 to take them to the Supreme Court, which is where they usually end up. George Washington predicted all of this. However, political parties may now and then answer popular ends, they are likely in the course of time and things to become potent engines. Think organized labor, by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. Unlimited Access, a book by Gary Aldrich, came out in the 90s. That's when I began arming up. What they did to him was practice for what they're doing to Trump. Gary Aldrich, you remember that name? He's an ex-FBI agent. The Hopi tribe is trying to keep us away from our minerals in the northern part of the county. The status would be constantly changing as the older traditionalists died out and were replaced by younger progressives, providing a gradual transition. Progressives' creed: no boundaries, no honor, no norms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Philip Robinson.
Morning, y'all.
Morning, sir.
I'm not up here to complain, bitch, whatever. But I am.
Excuse me, what is your name,
my
sir?
normal rant about.
Sir, can you say your name for the record, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Philip Robinson, Golden Valley. I am going to do my normal, and that's to complain about our public works and doing an audit. You have people that are doing chip seal, three of them sitting in a pickup, and then over on the side, there are, I imagine, they're managers of the crew sitting there BSing. I sat there on Cinerump when they were chip sealing that and watched them for 20 minutes. And I didn't have my phone on me. And they drove up and down. The flag car drove up and down. All three of them still in there. A roller over here sitting. A belly dump sitting. What are we supposed to do? I keep saying that we got to get this money under control. That's a waste of money. And it's getting ridiculous. And it's happening all over Mojave County. The road crew is the worst. They'll stand around for a long time. And it's getting ridiculous. My other complaint is, why aren't we doing an audit? Why aren't we putting somebody out there to make sure they're doing their jobs, like planning and zoning. Why are they messing with us about our containers? I don't own them. They're too big for my lot, I figure. So why are they trying to take our rights to be living the way we want to live? Not like a pig, the one guy, or two guys. Not like that. I'm not saying that. I'm not. But there's got to be, what do you call it? There's got to be a way that we can work with them. They are our employees. They've got to stop trying to hoard us into a corral. They've got to stop. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Lingenfelter?
Supervisor Angus.
Is this the end of call to public?
It is.
Do you have to do it? I just have to a response. We can respond to an accusation, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. One of the early speakers mentioned that we had a lot of money sitting in a racketeering fund. Could you please explain what the racketeering fund is?
Well, I'm not going to go into complete detail. You really just tried to respond to the criticism, but I don't handle that side of it. I do the civil side. I don't do the criminal side. It's for the criminal prosecution
Well,
of cases.
I think what I'm getting at is that is grant funded, it's self-funded, it's not general fund money. That's my point. Yeah. So I just didn't want people thinking that we have these buckets of millions and millions of dollars sitting while we're telling you that. So that's all I wanted to clear the record there.
Thank you. And I would, on that topic, also say that on our agenda, we're going to be hitting that projected fiscal year deficit for 2025 early. We have an item on our agenda where we're proposing to have special budget meetings every month, starting this month, third week of this month, until we get it resolved. So hopefully you'll be able to watch those or participate in those, take advantage of those.
Chairman?
Supervisor Bishop.
I would also like to respond to a comment made during call of the public by Janet Wilson. Ms. Wilson, I need to let you know that the state legislation is who sets the salaries for elected officials, and the county supervisors in 2024 will get a $20,000 a year raise. And I can tell you that just this last week, if I was making minimum wage with the amount of time spent going to meetings and spent yesterday, as some of the gentlemen in the front row can tell you, I spent all day yesterday on Sunday down here doing work. So I'm not too sure that that $20,000 is not justified, even though I won't be one to enjoy it. Thank you. Right. For every elected official. Thank you, Hildy.
Thank you. We have one presentation this morning. We're joined this morning by Craig Sullivan, who is the Executive Director of the County Supervisors Association of Arizona, and he's here to provide us with a yearly legislative update. Mr. Sullivan, thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little different, so I must have a PDF here. Let me go ahead and see if I can get this into a show format. All right. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this opportunity to stand before you. For the record, I am Craig Sullivan with the County Supervisors Association, and I have with me Jacob Emnett, who's a legislative liaison on our team. And I want to extend our appreciation for this opportunity to visit with you to provide our annual update on the activities of the association. Mr. Chairman, we did provide you with a fairly long document that each of you have that walks through the activities of the association. It's detailed. I won't talk about all of it, but with your permission, I would like to walk through some of the key slides to highlight some of those activities.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to begin with, for folks who are not familiar with the association, let me just talk a little bit about what we're all about. The County Supervisors Association is an intergovernmental collaboration with you and your colleague counties. And we create a forum to talk about issues that are relevant to the counties and to county operations. We develop a lot of research and information, and then we serve as an intergovernmental office, as you know, to work with the state legislature and other state agencies and the judiciary on your behalf. I want to extend my appreciation to the involvement of this board in our activities. We're very grateful for your seat at our table and for your involvement with your colleagues. Supervisor Angus, thank you for all the extra duty you gave us on our Legislative Policy Committee every Friday morning. I do appreciate it. And Supervisor Bishop, thank you for your service on our Executive Committee. It was a pleasure to have you in that role.
Thank you, Craig.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Mr. Elters and the professional staff here. We are very fortunate to have a very close collaboration with your professional staff, sharing information as we all work to support you. And so, Sam, thank you very much for that as well. So moving right along, I'll break this down into 3 parts. One, to talk about our work in capacity development and information sharing. I'll talk a little bit about our data initiative, and then I'll wrap it up with a little bit about this last legislative session, but largely moving forward into implementation. What you see here are some of the work that we call capacity development and info sharing. And what you know is that we use our board of directors to bring in elected officials and policy staff to talk about relevant issues to the counties. And you all participate in those regularly. We're also very grateful on the bottom to partner with what we call affiliate groups, the managers, the finance directors, the planning directors, and others. And it's really how we forge a strong collaboration among all 15 counties on administrative matters. But on the left, you can see some of the appointments and key agency activities that we're involved with on behalf of all 15 counties too. And there are 3 that are most important right now. One is the work that we do monitoring and advising the PSPRS Board of Trustees. The taxpayers have put a mountain of money in that system to pay down the debt, and thankfully it's been reformed by the legislature. Our team is reviewing and analyzing and providing feedback into their processes and briefing your managers as we go forward. The second is the collaboration around broadband deployment. You all have been a leader in that space, but we'll continue to work together, interfacing with the ACA and the federal government to pull down federal dollars. And the third is our role in participation in the Governor's Water Policy Council. Mr. Ligenfelter, you've been a leader in this space. You're very much at that table, and it's a very important effort that's going on this year, and we're hopeful that there will be some results. And I do want to commend you, Mr. Ligenfelter, for the work you've done with your partnering counties to put forward credible policy items for consideration in that work. We're hopeful we'll see some results at the end of the year, and I know you're watching it closely. Our data and analytic initiative is in the next few slides for you, and I'll just touch on those briefly. But what, as you know, we endeavor to build a very robust database to find ways to visualize that data and then apply it to decision-making at both the state and the local level. Right now, our database has grown to over 4.1 million data points, and we're continuing to grow it. It's largely public finance data, but we want to continue to branch out to give additional metrics to inform local decision-making. We are involved in some specific research projects, and they're listed for you here. I talked about PSPRS. We'll be rolling out a county expenditure limit guide here at the end of the month. And we have been part of a larger workforce group looking at recruitment and retention in law enforcement. This was a legislative task of the PSPRS system. We were made part of that, and then our team identified a grant opportunity at ABOR that is supporting the research associated with that work group. This slide just shows you the research partners that have stepped up. We will be working those research items throughout the next month or two, and then when we convene at our strategic planning session in October, we're going to roll on some new research projects for your deliberation, and you can set our course going forward. Now, moving a little bit into the legislative session, you all know this. This is the latest legislative session we've ever had, and that delays some of the implementation materials that we have, but those will be coming out to you shortly, so you're able to implement new laws. New laws will be effective on October 30th. A couple of items that I thought may be of interest. This year's budget negotiation was very interesting to me. The terms of it were set early, where the state had a mountain of money, but it didn't have ongoing capacity. So the whole negotiation was about how to allocate that large one-time surplus that they had. And I thought I'd share this with you, and this doesn't look anything like when you were down at the legislature, Mr. Gould. The numbers have certainly grown. But the legislature had about $2.5 billion of resources to allocate one time. And as you know, they've done that through projects across the state. And you can see the major categories of projects on the left: transportation, education, there was a one-time income tax rebate, school facilities, and housing. I wanted to point you to the little red box, which shows the ending balance in fiscal year 24, projected, of course. But what this shows is they basically spent down their cash. And so depending on the economic conditions, it'll probably be a little tighter year at the legislature, or I'd probably say substantially tighter year at the legislature next year and going into the near future.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
I have a question while you're on this. Did the voting on passing the budget reflect how much money the people got individually?
In terms of how they brought people onto the budget?
Yes.
Yeah, so what they did is they basically in the Senate and in the House, they allocated $30 or $20 million per member of the majority party, and then created a bucket for the Democrats to negotiate with the governor. And so that's basically how it all came about. And I'll show you in a moment how allocating a budget that way kept off the table some big ticket items that could have really saved the taxpayers some money. But since everything was done $30 or $20 increments, that's basically how they cobbled it together.
But it was contingent upon them voting for the budget as to how much money they received individually.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor, yeah, that's how it would work.
Thank you.
So moving on a little bit, and I'll try to pick up the pace. But these are just projects that all came into, that are key county touch points. You know many of them: the sheriff's resources here, the Mojave Wash Recharge Basin. I think there were some resources for Lake Havasu for the bridge as well. Now this goes to what I was just pointing to you, Mr. Johnson. We put on the table a very large idea to pay down a pension debt that's jointly owned by the state and the counties and the cities. The chairman of appropriations asked us to come up with a concept. We did that. We put on the table an idea that would have required about a $400 million state investment to save the taxpayers about a $677 million over in long-term costs of that closed EORP pension plan. Because they were cobbling together budget items, this item, while very well supported by many folks, didn't make it at the end of the day. And so we were disappointed in that, but we were pleased with the concept that we put on the table. And I know there are many folks who would like to look at ways to do that in the future. We did argue for additional resources for broadband grant matches as well as smart transportation grant matches, and some dollars were put in that bucket, but not a whole lot. These are 4 bills that we ran on behalf of our client counties. I did want to highlight the reactive advocacy, and this, Supervisor Angus, is where you spend every Friday with us. There are hundreds of bills that touch county operations. We review them all and then get guidance from your professional staff and our supervisors. We have a supermajority requirement. We really look at what the bills mean for processes and resources at the county level, and we were fairly effective at dealing with the issues that we had on the table. I just thought I'd show you the veto history. As you know, this was a record-setting year for vetoes. And as we move into implementation, this slide shows you some of the key policy areas where new bills have been enacted. And so they're basic government things that you would expect. And these are items that we did work on as they came into the process. Things like policy changes related to administrative reviews and licensing and permitting. Additional authorities for the Board of Supervisors as it relates to recharge and reuse types of activities. And then they reauthorized the statutes related to Good Samaritan laws and opioid review teams that were due to sunset. So just very basic things. I did want to highlight elections because it's a big conversation. Again, there were more than 100 bills related to elections put in the process. 32 went up to the governor, 1 was signed into law. The governor has convened an elections group that will come out with recommendations at the end of the year, and we do anticipate elections to be a major topic down at the legislature. Our lens is to just look at process, and we let the policymakers decide direction. Highlighting on water, there wasn't much legislative activity on water, as we know well. There have been some executive actions, and as we mentioned earlier, this county's been at the forefront of pushing innovative water regulatory structures for rural areas and partnering other counties to do so, and that conversation is happening at the Governor's Water Council. Now I'll just bounce to the end. Now that we've finally wrapped up the session, we are trying to close it out. And so these are all documents that we are distributing related to new bills, and your professional staff will be able to navigate that by policy area to see what's going to affect you. And then of course we have various budgeting related documents as well. But we are already beginning to plan for the next legislative session. And so we are collecting policy items for consideration to be on our agenda, and we are developing that over the next couple of months. And I just wanted to put a plug in to invite you to join us in Coconino County in October to set our policy agenda for the next legislature. And we're really looking forward to working on that. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for all the time. I do want to thank you again for your partnership with our association. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Craig. Questions for CSA? Supervisor Bishop?
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to thank Craig Sullivan and the CSA staff. This will be my last year on the executive board committee. And after being president and past president and sitting on the executive board for so many years, I have a true understanding of how difficult it is to manage all the different counties in Arizona and come forward with policies and recommendations and research that helps all of the counties. So thank you, Mr. Sullivan. It's been an honor.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sullivan, you talked about the longest session.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody actually look at the days they were actually called to order, though? Because they've taken several extended breaks.
May I just take that as rhetorical?
It is rhetorical.
Yeah, thank
Supervisor
you.
Angus.
Thank you. Yes, I've enjoyed being on the LPC, and this session in particular was very contentious in the beginning, especially between Mojave County and a large county who will go nameless. And we try to work things out. Sometimes they can't be worked out, but I appreciate all the help that you've given. And it's very important. I mean, as you saw, there's so many bills, too many bills. And if it wasn't for a place like CSA, we wouldn't know when something's coming and it's going to go vote. And if it's not in our best interest, we mobilize and we do our best to lobby at least our legislators. And I think Mojave County does that very successfully. So I thank you for facilitating with that. I look forward to next session.
It's my pleasure.
Craig, thank you again for being here, giving your report. I know that our counties, as diverse as they are, you're always playing a certain amount of defense every legislative session, sometimes more defense than others. So it's just great to have an organization like CSA that brings everybody together, that tries to come to consensus-based solutions on a majority of issues. So it's valuable. Thank you again for all that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
I'm going to move up a couple of items before we get into our consent agenda this morning. The first item is agenda item number 88. If you want to turn to, let's see here. Discussion and possible action, approve the appointment of a person to fill the Mojave County Recorder position effective September 9th, 2023.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Gould.
I move that George Schnittgrund be appointed to fill the vacancy of the recorder.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No?
Mr.
Motion
Chairman,
fails. Supervisor Gould.
I move that Courtney Schritter Proudfoot be appointed to fill the vacancy in the recorder's office.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we appoint Lydia Durst to the position of recorder.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second? I'll second that. Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
No.
Madam Clerk, could you read back that vote, please?
Vote was 3-2. Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes. I didn't see it. I didn't see a form. Well, we've already gone past it. A white form. Oh, okay. Oh, I do. Recorder Blair, you want to give comments on this? Okay, you want to go to the podium really quick and read it into the record?
I apologize that I have to read this. Thank you. Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. I am compelled to speak with you today on the importance of appointing the right person as recorder. I have the utmost respect for your position of not appointing a candidate with an appearance of providing an unfair advantage. But you already have a candidate with an advantage due to their knowledge and experience that isn't going to change before the voters make their decision next year. Up until 2 months ago, I had a succession plan. Almost simultaneously, it became apparent that I was not going to be able to fulfill my term of office, and our voter registration supervisor resigned. This significantly altered my position because there is now only one candidate with the experience and qualifications to continue Mojave County's success and our early voting experience. I think the voters want someone experienced with a proven record going into a presidential election year. 2020 changed the world of elections, and those changes will continue into 2024. This is not the time for a placeholder. The candidate needs to be election certified and up and running by mid-December for the presidential preference election in March. Personally, it is difficult for me to envision anyone able to learn 2 new software systems, participate in current pending lawsuits, the multitude of federal and state statutes that must be followed, legislative changes to implement in the next 90 days, the legislative proposals for next session that are already being proposed that will require a knowledgeable response, the importance of cybersecurity, and preparing to learn all this for an interim period of time without any further investment in the outcomes. There will be months of long hours, 7 days a week, where you won't be home for dinner. That is a tall order. We currently have 4 full-time positions open, including the voter registration and recording supervisor positions. It is difficult to successfully manage an election with little or no current experience. The recording and records management divisions of our office have personnel in place that know their jobs and run effectively. It is the voter registration component that is so critical going into a presidential election year. I had truly thought that I would be the one to lead us through it. You have only one candidate with the current experience to see us through. One candidate that has been by my side and filled my shoes and is knowledgeable about all aspects of our office. One candidate that has the respect of staff,
that leads with fairness, is committed to our success, and has the knowledge and experience necessary to lead our team to success. You have one candidate and the only one in Mojave County that has a current National Certified Election Registration Administrator certification, as well as a certified election officer, is currently trained in signature verification, and has actually performed this function through more than 10 elections. Knows the statutes, both federal and state, and can ensure Mojave County's early voting is run as smoothly as possible for any election. I am not before you to plead for you to appoint the person I want. This was not some plan I devised to force you into appointing my choice. This is about the citizens of Mojave County and the success to our voters for someone with the necessary experience. The future of Mojave County, again, is in your hands. Your decision is critical to the success of our elections next year. The voters in Mojave County, by a large margin, want to receive their ballot by mail and utilize early voting. You need the candidate who already knows how to do it. Your decision today can ensure we continue having successful elections with experience and dedication, or face an unknown future. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I'm going to move one additional item up on our agenda today before we get into consent. That is item number 85. We have a couple of solar projects on our agenda today, and in fairness to them, I wanted to move this up. This item is a proposed one-year moratorium in Mojave County on utility scale renewable energy projects. The Biden administration has been permitting 25,000 megawatts of utility scale renewable energy projects on federally managed public lands by 2025, which would be one of the largest shifts in land use patterns in United States history. The Mojave County Board of Supervisors has become aware of multiple utility scale renewable energy projects on tens of thousands of acres being explored within Mojave County. These projects include utility scale hydrogen, solar, and wind projects proposed on private as well as public lands. Many Mojave County citizens have voiced serious concerns over these utility scale developments. Public lands represent about 50% of the total lands in the western United States, and Mojave County only has 10% private land ownership due to the difficulty in understanding the complexities of the impacts, cumulative impacts of utility scale renewable energy projects, and a lack of available information and real analysis on their long-term local effects on Mojave County and our way of life. The purpose of the proposed moratorium is to provide sufficient time to fully explore, research, and make informed decisions regarding utility scale renewable energy projects proposed within Mojave County. This moratorium would only apply to utility scale renewable energy projects and not to either residential or commercial business owners from installing renewable energy systems on their facilities or property. The moratorium could be extended or terminated as requested or required. These it will provide Mojave County the necessary time to do a deep dive and truly study the cumulative long-term impacts to both the human environment and the natural environment within Mojave County, and to recommend updates to Mojave County zoning regulations, possibly that include, but are not limited to, guiding what renewable energy projects would be approved, what parts of Mojave County are best suited in order to minimize negative impacts to critical wildlife habitats, grazing, ranching, multiple use, outdoor recreation, how much noise is permitted, measuring true impact to our non-renewable desert aquifers, and the current and future generations of Mojave County citizens that rely upon them for our rural way of life. Any discussion by the board members? Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. I was happy to see this put forward. I think things are moving at such fast speeds between the federal government and then private businesses, and I think it is a good idea to take a pause, take a breath, create a strategy, and decide what we want Mojave County to be. We can't keep just, doing piecemeal here and piecemeal here, and then one day we look at the whole picture and it's like, what did we do? So it's never bad to have a strategy, and I'm hoping that is what this will lead to. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter. Just for the record, I don't believe anyone here in this audience is really Solar, I believe that there's people here that are anti-solar next door. So, you know, there's been a lot of growth in Mojave County over the last few years, and the growth is coming. My concern with this moratorium on green energy, including solar and wind and other types of energy, is that it's going to slow the growth in Mojave County. And some people think that's a good thing. They want the growth slowed down. So I think controlled growth is always a good thing. But this proposed action for a moratorium cites the ill effects of the Biden utility scale renewable energy mandates. Yet the proposed action to place a moratorium on utility scale projects would only be enforced on private lands, since this board doesn't have control of federal projects. And I want to confirm that with our county attorney, Mr. Esplin. Can you confirm that the county does not have control over federal lands?
Well, in terms of approving projects and things that go on federal lands, that would not be within our purview. Is that the question you're asking?
Does Mojave County have any control over what the federal government does on public lands?
Generally speaking, Mojave County does not.
Okay. So the backup material that the chairman provided is mostly just headliners saying that other counties are doing similar things to somehow show credibility to this request. But some of these headlines proposed a 45-day moratorium, or 6 months, or sometimes a year, and they're older articles. They're highly variable. So, you know, we're only punishing the private landowner opportunities, which also are the only way the county will benefit from county tax revenues. These companies will provide businesses to local companies, individual property owners. So it's almost like we're shooting ourselves in the foot. The issue here might be best to mitigate surrounding property owner complaints to see if we can maintain ranching, grazing rights, and still allow for some renewable energy to move forward if it makes sense. I think it should be decided on a case-by-case project rather than to just approve everyone that comes in. And I think we already have the tools to do that. And I'd like to ask, with permission from the chairman, if Tim Walsh can come up and maybe explain what tools that we currently have. And also, Mr. Walsh, could you discuss some of the types of projects that are currently going through the planning and zoning permitting process?
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. As far as, to confirm Attorney Esplin's comments, a moratorium would be restricted to private lands, properties that the county has jurisdiction over. The solar projects that we're seeing being proposed on BLM property and other state and federal lands, the county doesn't have jurisdiction to impose a moratorium on those. We do offer comments, you know, when those go out for public comment, and we do make the board's comments known to them to be considered in their review. As far as solar projects within the county, it would just go through a typical review process. It's for a larger solar project in the county, they're required to have a solar overlay zone, and then that goes through the review process of coming first to Planning and Zoning Commission, or Planning and Zoning Department. We work with them, present that to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The commission then makes a recommendation to the board on whether to approve or deny that, or to make any conditions on that approval. Currently, we have 2 projects coming before the board today on the agenda today. They did go through the Planning and Zoning Commission. Both of those were recommended for approval. It was a split vote through the commission. Future projects, we have a couple prospective solar projects in the Wallapai Valley area that we've heard of, that we've received some communication from those applicants. But I don't know if that answers your question, Supervisor Bishop.
Somewhat. So the county already has control to require solar projects to comply with land use regulations, correct?
That's correct, on private land,
On
that is
private
correct,
property.
yes.
But we don't have any control over federal lands.
That is correct.
So if we stop solar from developing on private lands, do you foresee more federal projects putting solar on public lands because of the Biden policy?
That's a tough question to answer. I think what we're seeing right now with the influx with solar, especially on federal lands, is a twofold. In talking with BLM and other entities, what we're seeing is the federal government has decreased the lease costs for renewable energies on federal lands. So it's becoming more attractive to businesses to be able to lease that property. It's less expensive to do so. But another issue that we've run into is with the recent national monument being placed in southern Nevada, it has essentially prohibited solar projects from occurring on federal lands in that southern portion of Nevada. So next closest place to go to is right here in Mojave County. So I think those are two main contributing factors why we're seeing a larger push for these projects in Mojave County.
Okay, can you identify or classify what is considered a utility scale project? Because it isn't really outlined in this proposal on the agenda.
A utility scale proposal, I guess I'm not sure I follow. Basically, as far as it goes with a solar project, is that what you mean, a utility scale? So,
right.
For a solar project in Mojave County, as I mentioned, they would come in, request a solar overlay zone. We would look at that, we would make a recommendation to the commission, and then the commission would review it and make a recommendation to the board. A lot of times what we'll see, these solar developers, what they will do is, you know, they're trying to put their ducks in a row and try and make sure that the project's viable before they get too far down the road as well. So their first step, I think, is, you know, they may have some conversations with some of the utility providers to see if there's interest in purchasing that energy. But I think a lot of the times we see they'll come in for the rezone first to make sure that it's a possibility. And then, you know, then they'll start working on those utility improvements in order to make the project viable.
Do you think we have enough tools in order to regulate this now, or do you recommend this moratorium to have more time to develop new tools?
I will do my best to dodge that question and leave that up to the board. I think, to be direct, I believe there's benefit to both. I think right now as the projects come in, you have the opportunity to evaluate each project on its merits and determine whether or not that project fits that specific neighborhood. I think it's also beneficial to look at the overall scale and to inform these larger solar developers of Mojave County's position on, you know, hey, this is something we want to move forward with here, or this isn't something we want to move forward with. I believe there is also benefit to the moratorium in that there's benefit to it in being able to identify some of the effects. I know at our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there were a number of questions that were raised regarding environmental impacts and those types of impacts that, to be honest, I don't have the answers to a lot of the questions that were asked on long-term impacts that these may cause. So I believe there is a possibility that a moratorium could allow for that research to look into those. So to answer your question, I think, one, the tools are in place to look at individual projects one by one and determine whether or not they're a good fit for that area. But I do see benefit in a moratorium as well.
So if you see benefit to the moratorium, why hasn't something been done prior to today? Did you think you had the tools to manage it and now you don't? Or I'm confused, I'm sorry.
That's a good question. Let me see if I can answer that properly. Staff has reviewed these projects as they've come in one by one and evaluated each project on its merits based on the information that we have. So as the projects are proposed, we look at them from a zoning standpoint. Does it match existing zones around it? Does it match those types of things? Generally, from a zoning perspective, we don't get into the long-term effects, the environmental aspects of it. We typically look, okay, is this something that fits the surrounding area, fits the surrounding zoning, and then, you know, would it be a good fit there?
Okay, thank you, Tim. I know I really put you on the spot, but there's a lot of pros and cons to this. It's not just easy cut and dry. In fact, the board received an email this morning from Griffith Energy. I don't know if the board has had a chance to read that. If not, I can ask the clerk of the board to read it into the record. It's a two-page letter, but it's Griffith Energy basically requesting that we not do this moratorium because they can't make enough energy to supply the needs of this area. So I know, Mr. Chairman, would you like that read into the record?
I don't need it myself. If anybody else wants to hear it, it's up to them. Anybody else want to hear that read into the record?
Supervisor Angus said that she has not read it, so.
I said I have read it.
Oh, you have? Okay. Does anybody want to hear what that letter has to say?
I've had a chance to read it, Mr. Chairman, but I think a correction, Supervisor Bishop, Griffith doesn't supply power to Mojave County. They're a merchant plant. I think what the context of it was that Arizona's going to need more power. But now you have to look back in the future. But you have to look back when we proposed the other power plant in the Wickiup area, which the Corporation Commission turned down because that merchant plant was going to, it could be bought here in Arizona or Mojave County or anywhere. But the Corporation Commission said that they didn't want extra power. They didn't want power generated here and sold in California. And I guess it's going to be very few days where we ever have the amount of electricity that we produce covers Arizona. I mean, it's either going to be too little where we have to buy from outside or too much where the merchant plants have to sell. So I think they were worried more about the future, Supervisor Bishop, because they don't sell to us. They just sell mostly to California.
Okay,
That's all, Mr. Chair.
the audience would like to hear the letter, and the clerk of the board has graciously agreed to read that into the record. Thank you, Jenny. I know I'll pay for this later. She reads so well.
Regarding
Don't go too far, Tim. I want to cross-examine you.
Regarding BOS hearing on Monday, August 7th, 2023, agenda item number 85, letter in opposition to proposed moratorium involving land zoned MX heavy industrial. Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, Griffith Energy LLC, Griffith, operates a large thermal natural gas-fired combined cycle power plant operating on land zoned MX heavy industrial in the county's I-40 industrial corridor. Griffith is both a major taxpayer and employer in Mojave County and continues to invest substantial capital into Griffith, our employees, and Mojave County. Most recently, Griffith committed to spend over $6 million on behind-the-meter rooftop and ground-mounted solar to help offset our facility's large auxiliary electricity usage, and we are simultaneously evaluating several $1 million of natural gas upgrades at the facility. Furthermore, as part of our expansion and decarbonization efforts, we have embarked on a program of developing various projects on heavy industrial zone sites. For example, this year we purchased an option agreement to acquire a large parcel of privately owned, previously disturbed but currently vacant property with plans to redevelop into a solar plus battery energy storage system, BESS project. In connection with these efforts, we have relied on the rationale formulated by Mojave County when the energy overlay zone was first created in 2009 and its subsequent rezoning practice in relation to alternative energy projects. The county's legislative history of energy overlay shows that it was intended as a pathway to facilitate alternative energy development on parcels other than MX heavy industrial, where such activity would be permitted as of right, and to allow rezoning for this purpose on parcels zoned A, general, AR, agricultural, residential, AD, airport development, or M, general manufacturing. Specifically, the preamble to BOS Resolution 2009-294 states, whereas...
Probably skip down. We can look up the ordinance.
They do cite the entire resolution and continue with, in other words, Zone MX heavy industrial was originally intentionally excluded based on the reasons described in the whereas clauses above. Within the county's areas zoned MX heavy industrial, the I-40 industrial corridor centered around the Griffith Energy Power Plant holds a special status. In reliance on the origin and rationale for the energy overlay and the county's rezoning practice since 2009, Griffith has recently started to make substantial financial commitments towards the aforementioned development projects in the vicinity of the I-40 industrial corridor. We believe that Desert Southwest and Arizona in particular need new power generating capacity in order to continue to grow. Due to cost, water requirements, development timeline, and permitting uncertainty, let alone our stakeholder preferences, we are not exploring new build gas-fired generation in Arizona. However, all of these variables are substantially mitigated with the types of solar and BESS projects that we are exploring in the area, and these efforts allow us to help meet Arizona's power generating needs and continue to invest in Arizona and Mojave County. While we understand the county's desire to have more time to consider the impacts of renewable energy more generally, we respectfully request that MX heavy industrial zoned parcels located in the county's I-40 industrial corridor be exempted from any moratorium. To do otherwise would not only curtail our investment plans and ability to reduce Griffith's greenhouse gas footprint in Mojave County, but also run counter to the rationale for the creation of the energy overlay on which we and many other stakeholders in the renewable energy sector have reasonably relied since 2009. If you wish to discuss, please feel free to reach out to me. Respectfully, Griffith Energy, LLC.
Thank you very much. Pretty lengthy but informative letter. And Mr. Chairman, if you will humor me just a little bit longer, I'd like to hear from our Economic Development Director to find out just what kind of businesses are wanting to come to Mojave County that this might affect in the near future. I promise that'll be all.
Morning, Tammy.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Thank you. So one of the challenges we've had is that we in our county do not have enough power. An example of that is Nucor Steel is wanting to expand, and the only way that they can expand with the utility provider is if they provide leased land on their site that the utility provider will use to help them expand. So they're currently using 9 megawatts of power. With their expansion, they will go up an additional 65 to 70 megawatts, which is quite a lot of power. The power companies, our utility companies, don't have that power. They had 60 employees. They're up to 115 as of this morning when I spoke to them, and looking to hire at least another 100 plus employees as part of this expansion program. If this moratorium goes in place, they will leave Mojave County. They will. Nucor Steel is a very positive company for our community. Their jobs average 85,000 and above. It is a company that we need here to support our employees and support our area. I have another one as I was sitting down there writing. I have a natural gas to gasoline company. It's not solar, it's not wind, but it's still green energy, very low, zero emissions to diesel fuel. that will be coming to the county, but if we put this moratorium in place, the way that it's written, they won't be able to come. They will have probably only about,
You say the way that it's written, but there is nothing written.
well, but the way you presented it. Unless you say specifically solar or wind, they won't be able to come. I have a recycling company that wants to come, and they take waste and make it into natural energy, or waste to natural energy. It's another one that is low emissions, is going to be a benefit. We need that power here in the county. So those are just three. I've got others on the list as well that are utility-based solar companies that could be a benefit to the county, but those are the three top ones.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, so it's my understanding that these companies, the solar companies that have proposals that want to bring solar in, that they have to get an RFP in order to sell the energy that they will produce. Is that correct? Does every solar farm automatically get this RFP, or do they compete? I guess what I'm saying is all these proposals that may be coming into Mojave County, even if they're approved on the county level, they still have to be able to find someplace to sell their energy to. So not all of them will become solar farms.
And that is true. It's not an RFP, but yes, they have to go out and get someone to purchase the power first. On top of that, a lot of times they will find that even before they come. Sometimes they don't. I would love to see, knowing that these businesses are coming to the county, that a percentage of that power would have to remain here in the county. But that's just my personal opinion. That would be up to the board. But we need the power here. We need it to support the businesses and the new growth that's coming. I've got apartments coming that want to use solar, but that's not utility scale, but we still need the energy. And if the energy isn't here, whether it's for a business or housing, whatever that looks like, then we've got to go find it. And we'll end up paying more money if it's not generated in our county.
So I remember it's not been that long ago that Nucor was not able to purchase enough energy to conduct business, to do the things that they do out there to make steel for production.
That's correct.
So that situation is still critical to Nucor Steel and their viability to remain in our community?
It is. So the only way that they've been able to work with the utility provider is to get that solar put on their property, which they have not started the process yet. They're getting ready to sign contracts. They've been working with them, but that has not gone through our planning and zoning process yet. But it'll be the utility provider that comes and says, we need this solar so that we can help maintain and keep Nucor Steel here.
Okay, but thank you, Tammy. And, you know, if I had my way, I would limit solar production to only over the Central Arizona project to shade the water that evaporates out, and it wouldn't disturb anybody. But I think with this presidential administration, companies are being rewarded to do solar. They're being punished if they do other types of energy. So, you know, but my concern this morning is that if the county puts this moratorium on private land projects, then the federal projects it'll just be inevitable that the option largely will shut out the county. You end up getting what you're trying to limit. That's my concern. The BLM has strict directives to support renewable energy projects on federal lands. So if a moratorium is allowed, these utility scale projects can and will be developed on public lands, which we've already said as a board, we oppose these mega solar farms on our public lands, and that the county will neither be able to regulate nor tax them. So I don't think we should be shooting ourselves in the foot. I think we need more public participation when these smaller solar farms come into a proposal on private lands. But I think we have the tools currently to be able to monitor that and regulate that. And I think we can have more public participation and make more demands from these solar companies to put in a buffer zone and protect the private property owners that currently may have a residence in the area. So that concludes my my testimony this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Bishop. Allow me to retort, if I may, cross-examine, if I may. If you read what's on the agenda today, it was placed as an item that's conceptual by design. There is no moratorium that we're looking at. If the board, I put an idea on our agenda, and if a majority of our board says this might be a good idea to take a look at, then guess what? It'll pass today, it'll go to staff. Staff would then draft language to bring it back to the board. If the board liked that language, then the public notice and the public hearing requirements required by state law would all be followed. So nothing is going to happen as far as an iron curtain today. This is conceptual today, and that's why we're talking about it. The second thing I would say is, if you read what I put on the agenda, this isn't going to affect Nucor Steel because it's utility scale only. Nucor Steel is going to put some solar to generate power, to power their operation. That's not what we're talking about. Anything that's utility scale, and it's something that we would have to include as a specific definition in any sort of a moratorium. But what I remember when I was the economic development director here in Mojave County back in 2010 was that it's anything that goes onto the WAPA grid, the Western Arizona Power Grid. It's a certain megawatts, and you put it up, once it doesn't matter if it's coal, if it's nuclear, if it's wind, if it's solar, once it gets on the grid, it's power, and most of it gets shipped somewhere else and not in Mojave County, but they're using our resources and our land to power it, to generate it. We have received comments, the ones that were read into the record. We also received comments from Mojave Electric Co-op. We are receptive to those comments. A lot of the comments that MEC made in their comments are valid points, and I would ask that if this does pass, that our staff do work with our local utility providers to craft legislation or a moratorium, again, which is temporary in nature, that wouldn't adversely harm them in that 12 months or whatever it's going to be. Cooperative agency. We're a cooperative agency in the eyes of the BLM, are we not?
That is correct.
How does the BLM define cooperative agency, and how are those cooperative agencies treated by BLM?
You're gonna put me on the spot here on this one. A cooperative agency, generally the BLM will reach out to other agencies that are affected by any decisions that they make to solicit their input on a matter. So generally with BLM, as they did with the solar projects that are being proposed on BLM land, they reached out to the county for our comment and gave us that opportunity to comment. And I believe they do place some whether directly or inferred, I believe there's some additional weight placed on those comments coming from the county, coming from the board, on whether or not those are projects that the county would like to see within the county.
That confirms my understanding of what a cooperative agency is, that the BLM realizes that comments are from a government agency where the land is actually located, and they're going to give that agency's comments additional weight because they realize that it's an elected board and that they represent everybody that lives here, so that they give those comments additional weight. Right now in our process, when you have a hydrogen, wind, solar, whatever it is that primarily a land use decision?
Right now, our process, yes. Basically, as it comes through the process, it comes to development services. We present it to Planning and Zoning Commission. We make recommendations on whether or not that land use being proposed is compatible with, one, the general plan. Does it fit within the general plan? And then two, is it compatible with the neighboring properties? And is it a good fit for that area? We'll make a recommendation to the commission. The commission looks at our recommendation. They do their own research and homework, and then they make a recommendation to the board. But generally, yes, it would be based on land use.
Tim, at Mojave County, which is only 10% privately owned, do we have something as far as a guide, as far as what percentage of our natural resources and our land do we want to allocate, or do we think is appropriate for these types of large utility scale energy projects? Do we have that?
Chairman Lingenfelter, on a specific ratio basis, I don't know that we have something on a specific, hey, we want to set aside 20% for renewables or anything like that. I don't think we have something specific to that, but on a more general level, our general plan does speak to renewable energy and on a very high level, hey, renewable energy is good and we would support it. But on a specific, hey, this is how much we want, no, it's not we need this much renewable here.
So you're saying we don't have anything at the county level that's approved by this county with input from its citizens that says, this is how much of our non-renewable finite groundwater resources we think is appropriate to dedicate to renewable energy projects. This is how much of our multi-use land in Mojave County that we believe is appropriate to change from multiple use to single use for at least 30, 40, 50 years. This is the amount of land and the locations that we believe would minimize impacts to critical wildlife habitats, ranching, grazing, things like that. We don't have that?
Not to that level of detail, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. If you look in the backup, we got a hold of this map, and I know you can't see it. It is in the backup. We all know about the 3 solar projects, utility scale solar projects that they're pushing in Mojave County, collectively 12,000 acres, a little over 12,000 acres, I believe. To put that into some comparison-wise, the entire island of Manhattan is just over 14,000 acres. So 12,000 acres, and that's just the solar. If you go in the backup, that's just the purple. If you go and look at the blue, those are wind project applications, and it makes the purple look like a little speck. Tens of thousands of acres of applications in Mojave County that they're going to be looking at. And in addition, just north of Kingman here, in Supervisor Bishop's and my districts 4 and 1, there's a huge up to 20,000 acre hydrogen facility that's looking to come in. And you look at they got a website, go look at them. It's, I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's, if you go into the description of their project under water savings, here's what they say about water savings. The 8,760 acre initial Mojave Hub site will preserve 35,000 to 54,000 billions and billions and billions of gallons of groundwater, acre feet of year, that could otherwise be used for alfalfa farming operations such as those currently existing in the vicinity of the project. The entire 8,760 acre site will be removed from agricultural use. First, we've got an INA, and second, that's a really weird way of saying you're going to use a heck of a lot of water, isn't it? I mean, because that's basically what they're saying. So all this is conceptual. I think it's appropriate to push pause. We've heard from our citizens, the ones that actually live here, not saying that we're against renewable energy at all, but to say that this project's only going to use this much, this project's only going to use this much water. I mean, isn't that the same logic that Queen Creek is using when they're diverting water off of the river and the federal government? They're saying, oh, this project, don't look at it cumulatively, only look at this specific project. And then you've got Tom Bashansky under that sort of a scenario says that if that's allowed and then you allow these and these and these and these, pretty soon you've got a death by 1,000 small water cuts and a death by 1,000 small cuts from multiple use land to single use land. And you don't look at it collectively, then we're not doing our citizens an appropriate service and representation. So that's all I have to say. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you. I have a question for Director Ursenbach.
Supervisor.
You were mentioning that we don't have enough power in Mojave County to bring businesses in. There are a few companies in Mojave County that have the right to sell power. These same companies, well, like when you bought up North Star Steel, they had to go with Mojave Electric because to get a fair price, and then that was a deal that was made out. But if these companies don't have that power available, and these companies continue to raise our rates, the citizens' rates every year or so, they go in for another one, isn't part of that rate increase supposed to be raising up the capacity of electricity to serve the people that they're supposed to be serving?
It is, and that's the reason Nucor Steel's doing what they're doing, because Unisource doesn't have the power and MEC doesn't have the power, so they've got to do that, and then part of what they do will be put on the grid. But we have to look outside the box and look differently to help support, because we don't have it.
But is that our job to do Unisource's bidding? And I guess part of the problem you have with these solar plants that are coming in, especially if they're just going to be, doing for one business, they can quit doing business with them tomorrow, where Unisource can't quit doing business with them, MEC can't quit doing business because they're a private utility. They have no regulations through the Corporation Commission.
And that's correct, and that's why I made the comment. This is just me personally. It has nothing to do with the board, and it depends on what you each decide. But I would like to see a certain percentage of whatever comes in have to stay here in the county to help support the new growth that is coming. And like I said, whether it be residents or businesses, we need the power here.
All right, so it seems that we should be pushing Unisource and those to serve the residents and the future of Mojave County. Same thing with, aren't you a little off topic, but the same thing, aren't you seeing that businesses can't come in because there's no water available in the Mojave Valley area?
Certain areas, correct.
All right, so we're in a tough situation, no electricity and no water. That's all. Thank you, Ms. Ursenbach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bishop, or Johnson, excuse me. We've got a few people that have signed up to speak. Let's get through those and then we'll get back to some board discussion. Scott Varville.
Scott Varville, we live up in Sohi area. I'm a small miner. We have several claims to the east of town. And one of the things I have not heard from any of our departments, what about the reclamation of this ground? Once the solar panels are no longer viable, they degrade 5 to 7% per year from the time they're brand new. At some point, it's not a viable project anymore. Let's say it's 20 years. I'm not against solar. We just spent $36,000 putting solar on our house. However, I also am very well versed in electronics and some engineering. And what I found is, like the wind generators, they never generate enough power to pay for themselves. We have, I work with the BLM on our mining claims. We have to put out quite a bit of money for reclamation, for a bond. And who's going to be held responsible for reclaiming the damage to the environment that any of these facilities put out? Now, I get it's private ground, and I respect private property owners' rights. However, if planning and zoning does not consider anything but fit and land use, that's a rather short-term look at things. And where I think tools should be put in the toolbox to provide assurance that when this is done, that somebody is going to pay for and clean up the mess. And not counting the damage to, our local fauna and flora, game and non-game animals, total ecosystems that'll be ripped apart. And I'm speaking more of the federal BLM end of it, but, we've got entire tracts of land set aside that we can't take our four-wheelers on, or I can't take my Jeep on, but yet we can bulldoze thousands of acres clean. What about the dust? What about the runoff? What about all of these issues? And that's pretty much what I have to bring up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Danielle Keck. Danielle Keck. Don Martin, you're on deck. Thank you.
Hello, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. Chairman Lingenfelter, thank you so much for hearing our voices and our concerns. I was concerned that you weren't getting back to me, but it was because you were working, putting something together after seeing what a nightmare this has really caused a lot of our community members. I do just want to put up, you know, one of the proposals right here that people can see that we are opposing today. Can we get this up on the screen? But something that I am in favor of putting in this however you say that word. But something that hasn't been brought up is during the planning and zoning presentation that Reenergy, the solar company that's coming in presenting this 1,300 acre farm, their attorney gave the presentation. So, you know, that's kind of weird, right? Their attorney, and he put it on one of the slides. I have it in my phone, that legally, at this point, just going for the solar rezoning overlay, they don't have to legally give us plans, and that they just put together, they took the time and energy to put together like a little overthink just for our consideration. So I think it is important that we slow down and take a look at the actual, what do they have to show us at different steps of the planning and zoning. I don't want them here in Golden Valley at all, and I believe a lot of other people feel that same way. And so I was wondering, is there a way that our community in Golden Valley can put together something that would make it illegal, or we can pass something to not allow them in our area? Is that something that's possible, or is that like?
Want to speak to that, Mr. Attorney?
If you want, we can talk about it afterwards, but generally speaking, any kind of options that you have are going to come through the planning and zoning type of issues, the things that come through the zoning laws.
Okay, and then another thing that I wanted to bring up is I went and looked at the monument being planned, and there's this Grand Canyon Trust that is really pushing this monument. And if you click on climate change, which they keep it real small, it's hard to find, it says that they want to stop all mining and they want to scale up solar and wind use on federal land too. And so I know we don't have much control of that, but we do have control here. And I think it's important that we take the steps to make sure we know what we're getting ourselves into. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Don Martin? Martin Runge, you're on deck.
Good morning, Chairman and Board. My name's Don Martin. I live here in Kingman. One of the things that when I came here, I thought I was adamantly against this thing, this moratorium, as it were. But as I listened to things, I'm not so sure, but what I am sure of is I believe in private property rights. So if I own a section of land out there and wherever, and I wanted to sell it to these energy companies, that's my right to do, okay? If you as a county tell me that I can't do that on my private property, I don't buy that. I don't get it. But I can tell you this, you're on the right track about these federal projects and this our energy company. I was on that Zoom meeting in April. I asked a ton of questions, including one about, are you still doing business with the China National Bank? They have never answered that question. Why is that? Why is that? And the whole thing is, you know, you hit it right on the money, Travis, when you said, this is death by 1,000 little wells that's going on. So, like I say, I think you got a tough job. I think Buster hit it right on the head. It's a tough deal. But we don't want to lose what we got. And I'll tell you as a conservationist, to lose 12,000 acres of previously public multiple use lands to a single use that's going to devastate the fauna and flora is just absolutely wrong. We don't want it, but I don't think the federal government cares. And we're going to scream, rant, and rave about it, but is it going to change Biden's opinion? Is he going to keep pushing this? Yes. Is he going to push the Grand Canyon thing? It's a done deal. I think we all know that. We're just going through the motions on it. But we got to keep fighting. This is our culture. This is what we believe as a community and as a county. And we got to keep fighting for that. And let these federal people know, if I've worked with the federal people on many, many projects over the years, and I can assure you that there are some great people in federal service. But there's some people that take their marching orders from Washington, and they're going to do what they're told to do by the administration. And if that means destroying our county, well, they don't have a problem doing it. So be careful what you work with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Martin Runge. I live in Golden Valley, and I fully am in total support of the moratorium. I think we absolutely need to have it, mainly because of the misinformation and lack of information. I've heard a number of things that just don't make sense. I don't think there's enough time and tools to evaluate. Supervisor Bishop asked a question about the planning and zoning tools. I think one perfect example of that is the process for the solar overlay request. That's number 68, I think, on the item. And in that case, the tools are lacking because following the Arizona statute that says people within 300 feet need to be notified. Well, that's a 1,300 acre solar project is going to affect a lot more people beyond 300 feet. So there's nothing in the Arizona statute that says you can't notify landowners beyond that. It's a minimum. So the Planning and Zoning Commission really is out of date as far as these big solar utility projects, that they need to update their tools and processes and procedures to expand something like that notification, because that's going to affect people a mile away. So that 300 feet is just way out of date. So that's just one example of why we need to step back, look at the processes and say, okay, what's going on here? As far as the misinformation that I mentioned earlier, I've looked up at the U.S. Energy Information Administration, and their information contradicts a lot about where the electrical energy is going. According to them, most of the energy in Arizona is going to California. And I think one of the issues with Nucor and other businesses, it's not that they can't get the energy, it's that they can't get the energy at the prices that they want. So they're complaining about that, and that's fine, but it's not that there is no energy available for them or there's not enough. It's just simply a matter of cost. So again, it comes back to there's just not enough information at this time to really make good, sensible decisions on where to go forward with this. Another thing that hasn't been mentioned at all is the option or alternative of rooftop solar. You know, if there is a energy deficit, if people putting rooftop solar on their houses or businesses like Nucor, I think can go a long way.
Thank you, sir. Michael Neal. Michael Neal.
Hello, Supervisor Lincolnfelter and, or Chairman Lincolnfelter and supervisors. My name is Michael Neal. I'm a longtime resident of Mojave County. In fact, I was born here. I'm just here basically to speak on behalf of the private property owners' rights. And I just feel concerned that a moratorium over all private property ability to do alternative energy products is possibly overstepping. I feel that each individual project should be looked at very closely and approved on an individual basis instead of just stopping everything all at once. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Philip, gosh, it's pretty small. Alwalza? Oh, here he goes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Philip Ahmadzai. I'm a local resident. I'm also a member of a group that does solar energy projects. I think being a local, everything that's being said is actually very valid. I mean, the concerns about having a solar array or a solar farm, on the I-40 corridor and people are driving and there could be some appendages in terms of the site or whatnot that could cause car accidents or even truckers. We already have enough issues with that, God knows. But in terms of EV charging, I think is where there may be an issue. Do we know, if I may, is there an issue with respect to what we're talking about? Because I know it says utility level, but does that also regard EV charging, or do we know the answer to that? For the energy that's needed for EV charging?
Again, nothing is written today. We're going to take, okay. I mean, if this gets approved today, we'll take all comments and staff will have to be tasked to bring something back to us. But again, this is only for those large utility scale projects. It's not for a company that is looking to do EV charging as a part of their business. It's not for a company like Nucor that needs to install solar for their own power demand, for their own load demand. That's not what this is intended to curtail.
Yeah, and I think, with my group, MW Solar Energy, we're more than happy to work with the local utilities in terms of power staying in the valley, and that way it would help folks' energy bills. So we're certainly open to that. Additionally, we have projects that we're looking at on BLM land. But we want to have a partner. We don't want to have an adversary relationship. I understand a lot of, I don't want to get into politics, but I understand a lot of what's going on is fear that people are encroaching on certain things that they shouldn't be. I share those beliefs, but I think that if we're being reasonable and just looking at it on a case-by-case basis, where we're actually adding energy into the system that everybody can benefit from within what the county wants to do and what the people of the county want to do, I would just submit that that's a very viable option. So that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jennifer Esposito. Joyce Petrie, you're the last on deck.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. One of the things that I did with my newspaper was I got involved in investigating these large utility scale projects when a company called Solar Reserve wanted to come into La Paz County. I also wrote a column for my newspaper called Off the Grid. So I did a lot of research on solar, wind, battery storage, and other things. I use solar on my Golden Valley property because my energy requirements there are minimal, but it's a pain in the neck. It's not efficient. They tried to tell me, no, you don't have energy loss with the new panels like you used to in extreme heat. Oh, I can tell you, you do. This is not really a hospitable environment for these types of projects. We have major monsoons come through in the summer and literally drop hail out here. Hail in the heat of the summer. damages panels, extremely high wind shear come through tornado style and just rip stuff off, send panels flying. It's a very inefficient thing to do. Last year, I drove through Palm Springs 3 times, and I wish I could have counted all of the wind turbines with parts and pieces laying all over the ground. Okay, as the one guy pointed out, you don't recoup your investment on that sort of thing. We know that there's not much we can do about the federal government and what they're going to do with their land use. So why would we want to compound that by allowing even more of this type of inefficient use and projects on private land? I'm all about private property rights, but I'm also about bringing in development to Mojave County that's compatible with the people and the environment. That would include the tortoises and the Gila monsters and all the other stuff that roams the desert out here that we all came out here to enjoy. And it's smart and responsible to push the pause button while we stop and look at all of these different factors. Because, for instance, you have to have battery storage. A lot of these things use water, steam turbines. There's so many things more than I can get in a 3-minute presentation to you on this, but doing utility scale, and that's the operative word, not rooftop, but utility scale projects here that we in Arizona do not reap the benefit from is just foolish. And we should not be hastily rushing into doing these larger scale projects in areas that might be better suited for other uses. Sure, we might lose one type of business. Maybe we'll bring in another type of business. It doesn't mean we're losing business. We're just deciding what type of business is compatible and what it is that the people who live here and have skin in the game would like to see as this area, especially Golden Valley, develops. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Petrie.
Hi there. Thank you, Chairman and Supervisors, for allowing us to come and speak with you today. I don't have a lot of new things to bring up. I just want to let you know that I feel I'm representing a lot of people. I live in Sohi, in Golden Valley. I've been there for 27 years. Part of what brought us out here was the environmental aspect, the remoteness. We like that. And we see what has happened in other communities that have put up these large solar arrays. I'm thinking going into Las Vegas, the temperature from the highway, the temperature is 3 degrees higher than it is on either side. The environmental impact to the animals, to the growth of and quality of our soils are, as was pointed out, are not even looked at when we're looking at land use. So maybe some kind of a moratorium that would give time to put in place a structure and procedures that would allow those kinds of concerns to also be brought up. We have solar in our home. I'm not against solar, but that impact, the loss of use of that land, the impact when the monsoons come and wash out because there's nothing but dust underneath. And what that means for our property specifically, because they're talking just north of us, I think just needs to be considered. And maybe, I don't know if it's a year or 3 months, but maybe a period of time to allow for the opportunity to put things in place that would then, when we look at one after another project that comes in, we can see what kind of impact it's going to have on the community and our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe that's all the public forums I had. Item 85, come to the podium, sir. Yeah, come to the podium. Thank you, sir. Could you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Dan Falcone. I live on Ramon Drive in Golden Valley, Arizona. This solar land, it's all raped and sterilized. It'll be useless for anything else when they scrape it all off. I mean, and I hope to talk about this on item 68 also, but we don't have renewables that are safe and efficient. They're more destructive to our environment than fossil fuels. What is the rush? The next administration just may stop all this experimental use of inefficient renewables, right? So what's the rush? What's the hurry? Get the money. May not be available in the next administration. Well, I call for a moratorium until the next presidential election. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Comments from the board? Supervisor Bishop?
I would like to make a motion to direct staff to update the renewable energy provisions of the land use regulations to better accommodate some of the comments and requests that we've been getting for the last 6 months. And this should include more public discussions with the P&Z Commission and reclamation concerns. And I'd like to see this done within 60 days and brought back to the board in draft form.
You've heard that motion.
So if I could just jump on that, Chairman?
Sure.
I appreciate making the motion, but it really is far away from what is on the agenda. And so I don't recommend that you make that motion. If you wish to bring that to the next board meeting, we can put it on a future agenda, but I wouldn't make a motion related to that. It's just not really directly connected to this particular one.
Okay, I thought that was directly related to this item. Direct staff to create and bring back before the Board of Supervisors a Mojave County ordinance. I mean, this isn't an ordinance that I'm recommending. It's to update the renewable energy provisions that we already have.
Still, really, what we're talking about today is directing staff to adopt a 1-year moratorium on utility-scale renewable energy projects. It's not to update the land use that we currently have. You can do that, but I would recommend you do it in a different on a different agenda, in a future agenda.
If I could ask Tim, I thought of one more thing I'd just like to ask you. And for those in the audience, you'll see that another item we have on our agenda, we're going to be voting on whether or not to bring back and refresh Mojave County Public Lands Commission. Hopefully what the intent would be is if this passes, that staff would be able to work with that commission. And I remember, a long time ago, the BLM, when they had applications they were looking at, they used to run it through county processes to make sure that it was an appropriate fit. I mean, do they not do that anymore as a cooperating agency?
Chairman Lingenfelter, we have seen, for example, the wind farm on your way to Vegas along 93. They did work with, the BLM did have that come through our Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Supervisors for land use. When it went to building permits and reviewing building plans, that did not come through the county. So the federal government can decide, whether or not they want to include us, want to run it through us, but basically that would be their call as to whether to do that or not.
Thank you. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. Before we vote, I just want to make, it's not Sergio. I just want to make sort of a general observation. When we were doing our legislative reports, I forgot, because it seems so long ago, I attended the NACO summer meeting. It was in Austin, Texas. And for those of you who don't know, NACO is the National Association of Counties, and through CSA, we belong to that. And federal policy that affects counties are discussed there. They're very powerful. They're basically the biggest lobbyists for county government. And I've been going now for, as Supervisor Bishop knows, I've been going there for several years now, probably the last 10 years off and on. And it's very interesting because you can see the way, what the government, the agencies want to do based on how they word all their policies. So this year, it was all about climate change. Every single issue that was discussed was attached to climate change. And it's a subtle thing, but this is how they do it. So everything is now going to be affected by climate change. And then they talk about it, it becomes a crisis. And then when it becomes a crisis, the government has to step in and take care of the crisis. And then follow the money. And that's what you're going to have here. So when we talk about the federal government coming into our lands, into our county, and doing these things that obviously we don't want, that's not good for our community, it's not good for our land. No, that is about money. And once they start telling everybody it's a crisis, they won't care at all what we say, because it's a crisis. So who cares what you think? So when we talk about the things we can control, and they're getting smaller and smaller, actually, local governments, we have a responsibility to do that. I don't see how we cannot. And that's all I wanted to say.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to create and bring back before the Board of Supervisors on, I'm going to say within 30 days, a Mojave County ordinance adopting a one-year moratorium on utility scale renewable energy projects in Mojave County.
Second.
You've heard that motion in a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
You guys appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Next is the consent agenda. There's been a request to break for a very brief lunch, 30 minutes for lunch. So we're going to come back at, let's say 10 to 2, or 10 to 1 o'clock, excuse me. Does that work for everybody? Half an hour? Well, you want an hour? Okay, an hour.
12.
40, yeah, well, sure.
day off, apparently.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We're now going to move into our consent agenda. Supervisor Bishop, would you like to pull any items off of our consent agenda?
No.
Supervisor Angus.
57.
Supervisor Gould.
None today, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Johnson.
6/30/36.
6, let's see. Which one is it?
Well, nothing, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept the consent minus 6/30/36/57.
Supervisor Johnson, would you be amenable to including item number 75?
And 75.
Oh, that's not a consent. Sorry, that's not a consent. That's my mistake. You've heard that motion in second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. We have it so ordered. Item number 6, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talked about, I don't know if this board has or previous boards, but we have resignations of precinct committeemen. They are elected to the position or appointed, which is the same as elected, but there's no signature on here from the person who is resigning. So I don't know that if, at least I would prefer to have, at least have their signature on, like when we have constables that resign or anybody else that resigns, they come forward and tell us, hey, I'm resigning. Not that somebody would put in a fake resignation, but it just seems like it should be done professionally. That was all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Angus.
The only thing, and I kind of agree with that, but I would take a little bit of exception with that. An appointed PC is the same as an elected PC, but that's for another time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to accept the appointment of the PCs listed and deny the...
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 30, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I pulled this just because, well, I talked about it at the budget time that I don't think we need to move ahead with this with the financial situation we're in. That's why I pulled it.
Thank you. We do have 2 individuals that have signed up if this was pulled. Presiding Judge Steve Moss and County Attorney Matt Smith. Welcome, Judge Moss.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, County Manager, elders, my name is Stephen Moss. I'm currently the presiding judge of Mojave County, Arizona. I asked to speak on this item only if it was pulled, and I thank you for acknowledging that, Chairman Lingenfelter. Mojave County does have a budget issue when it comes to its annual expenses versus its annual revenues. However, tapping into capital funds, infrastructure funds, which are equivalent of a savings account, does not solve that structural balance issue. At most, you buy yourself another year and your budget situation will be even worse. Added to that, the infrastructure needs of the legal services and the courts do not go away, and you're retasking future boards to do the same thing, the same project at even greater expense, because as these facilities deteriorate. I sent you a letter, I think it was on Friday, outlining the Law and Justice Center needs and also referencing our support for this particular issue as it is related, because the law enforcement, legal services, whether it's prosecution or defense, or judges, clerks, all the entire legal apparatus that Mojave County has to support is interconnected. And if we want to deal with today's problems, the board should approve both the Legal Services Building and the Law and Justice Center, which is not taking anything out of the general fund revenues, as opposed to trying to mimic the federal government where you sweep Social Security trust funds and all the other trust funds in order to balance your yearly budgets and have projects. I hope that Mojave County would be more akin to balancing the checkbook as opposed to dipping into capital funds, because there is a true need. And I won't reiterate that letter. You folks can read it. But I thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Judge Moss. Matt Smith? Good afternoon, Attorney Smith.
Good afternoon. Chairman Lingenfelter, esteemed members of our board, Madam Clerk, Chief Deputy Civil Attorney Ryan Esplin, and County Manager Mr. Elders. Thank you for your time today and for giving me a chance to speak to you. I understand the concerns that we do have with our budget going forward that Supervisor Johnson made public today. And we all share those concerns, but these are monies that have been discussed and earmarked. We did contribute $1 million out of RICO funds towards this project. And so we're very hopeful that this will go forward. The only thing I really want to talk about today is for any of you that have not seen our building, I know some of the supervisors here have been to our building before, and I had County Manager Mr. Elters take a tour last year. And I believe that he was fairly appalled at what our building was like. When we have interns come in, right now we have 6 interns that are in college that we're recruiting, and we have to stack them all in our library, so our attorneys can't use that space and can't do interviews in there right now. But we need those interns to help out. At the same time, when we're doing interviews of new prospective employees, new attorneys, and we bring them in, once we're done with the interview, our chief deputy, who most of you know, James Shopman, usually ends up introducing them to some of the other people, and he has been apologizing for the state of our building over the last couple of years. And it's not just how it looks and how dilapidated it is. It's not just the fact that the former Judge Chavez's son, who's a prosecutor in our office, Jake Chavez, has mold, black mold inside of his window, and whenever there's a major storm, the water gets in. Or, which a problem that's mainly been fixed, but when I was prosecuting Warren Jeffs years ago, and we had major rainstorms and the ceiling tiles crumbled down and got all over the Warren Jeffs file that I had sitting there. The roof has been fixed, but the rest of the problems in our building have not. And an even bigger issue is space. We ran out of space years ago. Public defender and legal defender have the same issues. Their buildings are very old. I believe they may have written some letters concerning the conditions, but we have space problems as well. And when we bring a new attorney in for an interview, and we take them back to where the newest attorneys are, we have an office in the back that has 2 attorneys and our specialty person that is handling the health and wellness court and the diversion programs. And all 3 of them are in one small office in the back. So that's not a really good recruiting tool when you bring people in and they see that, oh, I'm going to be sharing space with maybe 2 or 3 other people. We have another office that has 3 of our disclosure people, and those are the people that review the Axon body camera footage all day long. That's all they do. And there's 3 of them in one office as well. So we're really hurting as far as space goes. As I mentioned, we did contribute $1 million ourselves, and we're just hopeful that we're going to be able to see this project through, and we're also hopeful that the economic picture gets better over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Supervisor Johnson.
When you're showing these people around, you say they're looking at all these things. Isn't justice blind? I don't.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson. Justice is supposed to be blind, but in this age of millennials, Generation X, and whatever else we have following, I don't think that they see it that way.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager Elters.
If I may, I wanted to add, I did receive a letter from Ron Gillio, our legal defender. I did share it with the board, but I just wanted to point out a couple of additional things. One is the old jail where this building is slated to go has been demolished and the site is ready. Second, we spent approximately $400,000 on the design of this building, and that has already been incurred. Additional to the building conditions that you just heard from both presiding judge and the county attorney on, in the legal advocate office, we have an attorney presently in a wheelchair that needs to have ADA access, and the building is not fully ADA compliant. That attorney was hired with the understanding that there would be relief down the road. And it's really, the building, aside from the cost to make it ADA compliant, has a lot of other issues with facilities backing up and windows not only having enough gaps in the seal to allow air in and out in the summer and the winter, but to also allow insects and other things. So we have, and I'll end with, we built in in the contingency for FY24 budget that has been approved. We truly believe we made an investment. We've been working on this for a while. The investment was made with the understanding that these are critical buildings and they're necessary, and that has not changed. And to echo the comment that has already been made, it was using one-time funding to pay for recurring operational expenses that got us in this situation in the first place. If we were to do that one more time, we will still have the issues that we do have. We will not have the buildings that we need, and we will still have the budget concerns. It will just be moved 1 year down the road. So I'm happy to answer any question you may have, but I just wanted to share those thoughts with the board and emphasize the need that we have here, and I'm just strongly feel compelled to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Elters.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Manager Elters, did the $2.5 million contingency funding, was that from the quarter-cent sales tax also, or is that general fund money?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gould, I honestly don't know what you're referring to with the $2.5 million that you're, I know in our budget for FY24, we shared with the board the initial amount that the board programmed, the dollar amount that went to the demo of the jail, as well as the design, what we have left, and what we received in the way updated cost estimate that we believe is covered in the contingency that we presented the board with. So I honestly am not sure what 2.5, I would just venture and say the, any funding from previous.
It says authorize the transfer of necessary funding from the general fund budgeted contingency. So we're taking money out of a contingency and putting it into the contract because now apparently the contract is more than what we originally budgeted. So my question is that money from the quarter-cent sales tax, or is that general fund money? It looks like it's general fund money. It comes out, it's a general fund transfer. Unless the quarter-cent sales tax went into the general fund originally. I don't know if it was segregated or not.
I don't believe it was segregated, Supervisor Gould. All my understanding, and it was before my time, my understanding is the quarter-cent sales tax went automatically into the general fund. The board had full authority over it and you know, earmarked it or allocated it for the proper projects that it ended up paying for. Obviously, we have not had the quarter-cent sales tax or any quarter-cent sales tax revenue since 2020 when we collected the remainder of it. So
So is all of the quarter-cent sales tax money spent then?
I would believe so, because I'm not aware of any. It was not segregated, it was not separated, so I believe so, Supervisor.
So then this whole amount is general fund money?
Yes, the general fund, we presented a balanced budget to the board with the contingency item funded from general fund. So yes, you're right in your assumption.
So there was a insinuation that we were taking money from something that was already earmarked for that. That how I took that was coming out of some segregated fund that we were taking that was supposed to have gone to only to buildings, but apparently this is general fund money.
Chairman Lingenfelter, if I may. So I think Luke can also address this too. I think there is a separate fund, but I don't know if it covers everything. And so they're using the separate fund that has been earmarked for the building. And then anything above and beyond that, they would be using general tax monies, just like you pointed out. So I think that's what the transfer is. We also point out, as Attorney Matt Smith pointed out, 1 million of that money, if we're putting it all in the pot, came from the county attorney's office, the RICO fund.
Sure.
So.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, I believe that the majority of the funds that were earmarked for the Law and Justice Center as well as Legal Services Center were from that quarter-cent sales tax revenue. I'd be happy to go back, get the numbers and bring that to you or send it via email. But I believe that this particular item is worded as such, and we put additional funds into the contingency as part of the FY24 budget, anticipating the potential for cost overruns versus what was originally budgeted, because this project was originally budgeted several years ago.
I'm curious whether this was quarter-cent sales tax money, which was specified for buildings, or general fund money that's unspecified. I'm assuming at least 2.5 million of it is general fund money.
Supervisor Gould, I'm not sure where you got the 2.5 million. I didn't see that in the original project budget was 10.5 million.
I might be wrong. Now in the motion, it doesn't say what the original amount was.
We provided a backup memo that itemized the original budget, what was spent on the demo of the jail, what was spent on the design. Did not specifically get into it. Informed the board that we have an updated cost estimate for what the project would cost. We wanted you to be aware of it before we advertised it for construction. We did not want to release that information, the difference between what the estimated cost is and what we have in the budget. Just simply, that's information that we usually don't share in public, but for your information as a board member, members, however, we do, we know or we anticipate that the dollar amount would be within the dollar amount that we place in the contingency item when we present it to you, the FY24 budget and the contingency fund that is there as well. So outside of that, I don't have any,
Somewhere I saw a memo that said how much was coming out of the contingency.
well, we anticipate, we don't know what is going to be coming out of contingency, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor
So
Gould.
it's an estimate?
It's an estimate based on the updated construction estimate, Mr. Supervisor Gould.
Okay.
We, as you know,
When it gets spent?
well, this inflationary market that we're in makes it really hard to estimate budget. We estimated the budget before. We've completed the design. Now that we have a completed design in hand, we've updated the estimate, and we have a delta between the updated estimate and the $9.6 million that we have left from the previously allocated or programmed budget. We wanted to make sure you're aware that we anticipate some additional cost, but the cost based on the updated estimate is in the contingency for FY24, specifically for this contract.
Okay. Luke, if you could let me know if we've spent all of the quarter-cent sales tax money yet, or if there's some included in this project.
Supervisor Gould, I'll be happy to get you a reconciliation for that revenue.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Angus.
Sam, when we did the Superior Court building, we had to take general funds because we ran out of that quarter-cent sales. That's how I remember it. There was no more quarter-cent sales tax. And this building was never in that list. The last building in the original list, and maybe Supervisor Johnson remembers that, was the courthouse. I don't think this was ever supposed to come from the quarter-cent sales tax.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, I agree based on just my understanding. Mind you, I came back in 2020, that this building was not in the original quarter-cent sales tax. However, the courthouse was in, and a decision was made somewhere around 2016, 2017 to bifurcate the courthouse into two projects, phase 1 and phase 2. So we've delivered phase 1. Phase 2 is yet to be delivered, and it's the other project along with this one. And just for me, when we talk about public safety and supporting public safety in Mojave County and addressing public safety needs, I, as your county manager, see that as a system, not just the sheriff and the jail. It's the justice system, inclusive of the courts and prosecution and defense.
Manager Elters, if I'm not mistaken, the original portion sales tax that prior boards dedicated to capital improvement projects, I believe that covered this building that we're sitting in today, the adult detention center, the development services building, the public works building, and portion of the new court building that was just had the ribbon cutting a couple of years ago, right? And I think that's primarily it.
Mr. Chairman, you say you believe that it's primarily it, and I understand that. That's my understanding as well. I think there were some additional dollars that went to fund the development services and the public works building. Those were not entirely built with the quarter-cent. Right. At least that's my understanding.
That's HERF money.
HERF, yeah.
Yes. But other than that, you're absolutely right. Those were the buildings, right. The admin, the jail, and the courthouse, and the two buildings.
So in this situation, if I understand it correctly, the capital plan authorized $10.5 million for demolition of the old jail, plus design, plus construction of a new facility, law justice facility. And we've got about 9.6 of that budget capacity left. You mentioned a delta. I've seen that memo, and it's a substantial delta. And what do we do about it? I do have one follow-up question. I know that So this is the legal services building. If you go onto the third floor of this building, on one side is the executive suite where your office is, and on the other side, we have county attorney's office. Is there anything that could be done with the third floor side of the county attorney's office side that could help with the overcrowding and things like that? Because last time I looked in there, it looked like there might be some office space open.
Can I jump into that?
Yeah, I was going to offer either you or Matt.
Okay. So Chairman Lingenfelter, if I could jump in on that, thank you, County Manager Elters. So the original plan, from my understanding, was that the County Attorney's Office would have most of that wing. We've already scaled it back where risk management has come in and taken out a portion that originally was supposed to be for the County Attorney's Office. And we've also offered, we have Don Bischoff, who works in the Sheriff's Office. He has a cubicle now, offered that as well. So we've already scaled back to that. We do have additional space. There's cubicles in there, and we look for ways to try to maximize that space as much as possible, but there is space available there too, and we would always be open to try to work with departments like we worked with the Sheriff's Department. We've worked with risk management to utilize that space as best as possible. So we've already done it, and we'll continue to be good partners. We will.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Johnson.
Just to clarify, when that was built, it was built for the county attorneys to move in there.
That was my understanding.
That's correct. It was originally for them, but it was also impractical, because they're so far away from the courthouse. The county attorney's office, the county attorney's office goes to court every day, constantly. I mean, hearings are always going on. To be able to drive back and forth to go to the courthouse is just not practical. To have it right near the courthouse makes much more sense in order for them to just walk back and forth rather than taking county vehicles, taking personal vehicles, being compensated for the use of personal vehicles to do that would be very challenging.
I'm not going to argue about that. I think there's probably a varying perspectives and opinions on that issue. With Mojave County being sort of a front runner in using video services, I know we're even looking at video trials and things like that these days. Do you think that there could be an opportunity for, and perhaps this is for County Attorney Smith, but once we continue to operate those technologies and expand those technologies in the criminal justice system, is there an opportunity for the attorneys, so they don't have to get in their car and drive 3 blocks down to the court to use those systems?
Yes, and we already are. We already sitting there. I have on my schedule, I've got court tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and I'll do that by Zoom. I've got court on Wednesday, 2 different hearings that I'll do by Zoom. It just depends on the court. It depends on the type of hearing. The nature of the cases that I have, almost all of them are done by Zoom, but not all of them. Every once in a while, I'll go into court. There's a few type of cases that I need to go in person, but we try to utilize that as much as possible, as best we can. And it really depends on the type of case. Just some cases lend naturally to be in person, whereas other cases lend naturally to not be in person. And so it really just depends on the type of area that you practice. For me personally, I utilize a lot of Zoom, but for the criminal prosecutors, it's a lot of that practice lends to be in person, but not always. They also do hearings by Zoom as well.
Manager Elters.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, board members, just to follow up on your question related to space on the 3rd floor. Whatever space there is does not accommodate 5 departments. We have the plan in this building is to house the county attorney's office, legal defender, public defender, legal advocate, victim witness, and indigent services. They all are part of the public safety and legal system. These buildings are costing us a fortune today, Mr. Chairman and board members. These departments are located in 4 different buildings. They are all older. They're slated, they need improvements to the building itself, to the HVAC system, along with floors and windows. there is really, what I'm hearing from our public defender, legal defender, even legal advocate, and it's stated in the letter, they have no privacy for meeting with certain clients and individuals. They're sharing space. You know, if we were to accommodate some people, 1, 2, 3, half a dozen up on the third floor, it truly will not solve our problem. This is an opportunity to put these departments in a building that meets their needs today and into the future. A lot of time has been spent with each one of those buildings, those departments, to ensure that the space they asked for and the space they're getting is adequate for them today, with some growth opportunity, but it's not excessive. We really managed it. It's a 2-story building that will meet our need for years to come.
Supervisor Angus.
Yes, I think we have spoken about this for a very long time, and with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve item 30.
You've heard that motion.
Second.
I didn't hear the motion.
Would you repeat that motion, Madam Clerk, in a second?
Chairman Lingenfelter, the motion was to approve as written.
That was a motion by Supervisor Angus and seconded by Supervisor Bishop. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
For the county manager. On this building, we started out at what, 9 million, we're up to 13 million now? I mean, just roundabout.
Mr. Chairman, I think we started at 10.5, and that 10.5 included $500,000 for the jail demo and $400,000 for the design. We completed the jail demo on budget and on time. We are sitting just a hair under $400,000 for the design. So we started with 10.5 million, and we are now with a 100% complete design in hand. We do have an updated estimate that is projected to be more than what's available. Yes, sir.
A long ways to go to get, yes, Sam, thanks. And the Superior Court started at 18 and went to 21? Somewhere around there?
Superior Court, actually, I think Superior Court ended up being 25 million in the building that was delivered, and we still have phase 2 to complete.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? You know, I think Supervisor Johnson brings up a valid point. I mean, myself personally, I want to support this capital improvement program that we have. I want it to continue to move forward. But I think the responsible thing to do is, I know we're going to start meeting every month. I'd like to see this spoken about and really included in a negotiated package that looks at everything like we're going to be doing. The delta that is spoken about here is pretty significant. And, you know, I just don't know in good conscience if I can vote to push that forward today. Until we get some sort of a dedicated revenue stream that provides some relief to the general fund, or you can start to procure and do projects like we did this one, like we did the jail, where you don't have to have pay as you go. I mean, in the inflationary market right now, going pay as you go is always going to be problematic because things are changing so rapidly. So,
Mr. Chairman, your point is well taken. Thank you. The delta, we anticipated it during the budget process, and we shared those numbers with the board. That's why we built up the contingency from 8.8 or 9 million to 15 million, and the board approved it. My concern with when you, as you probably know, when you take a project that is designed and you place it on the shelf, that life cycle does not last indefinitely. And then there's costs associated to take it off the shelf, dust it off, and construct it. With all that said, our need has been here, didn't just arrived today. It really, we have had the need for multiple years. I want to remind the board that the DES building that is being used today by the courts for jury duty selection was supposed to go to the county attorney's office after it was remodeled, and $2.5 or $2.8 million was slated to remodel that building. And on the day it was to be completed, the remodel, it was going to be short on space to meet the county attorney's needs. It did not do anything for the public defender, legal advocate, or any of the others. This building is really critical to address all these departments so they can efficiently move forward, fill in the vacancies, have a place to grow and train and hire and meet the needs of the residents and the justice system in this growing county, that the needs are not going to decrease. They're increasing every day, and we're well past the critical nature for this building. So I just wanted to make sure you're.
Thank you for the explanation. As far as my vote, I understand the need. I don't dispute the need. I just feel like we need to make sure that this county has a viable way forward in 25 and 26 and 27. And I would just like to see this to be a part of that. So you've heard that motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion fails. Item number 36.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this. I don't believe we're going to have the funds to build a morgue anytime soon, and I don't know that it's fair of us to take BLM land for something that is going to be so far away. That was all.
Supervisor Angus.
How long is the process to get land?
Most favorable timeline we heard from BLM is 1 year. It could go 1.5 years or 2. Again, it takes a lot of time to plan and deliver an infrastructure project, which this is.
Right.
This is one. So our recommendation is there's very minimal cost to proceed. We had $5 million set aside for this project. We transferred 4.5 to provide you a balanced budget. There's $500,000 left in the budget for this. We believe it's the responsible and the prudent things to do to proceed with the preliminary permitting and engineering. So someday when we have funding to build a morgue, we can, because we will need a morgue someday.
How much did you say was left after we did the transfer?
$500,000.
500,000. I'd rather see it go towards the court, because I think that's more pressing.
What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we have a piece of land by the prison that might be suitable for the morgue that we already own.
Mr. Chairman, we went on a months-long exercise. We provided you a lot of sites. The board made a decision to go on this site. We're advancing it for your, as directed.
Thank you, Manager Elders. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to deny item number 36.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Supervisor Bishop?
No, I was just going to suggest that we continue it until we have our financial discussions, but so be it.
You've heard that motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Guys appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. And item number 57, Supervisor Angus.
Yeah, I just took this out. I think this is a great idea, but I will not be able to attend on August 16th. So I would like to be there for the first one. So if maybe it would be the will of the board to maybe change it, but if not, I'll try to call in. We'll be on the road.
You could always make a motion to change it. Maybe it's,
Is there?
Can you give me a different date so I can make sure the room is
Okay, wait,
available?
Let me look at my calendar. How about on the 15th? Everyone's kinda looking at their
Unfortunately, ADOT has the room for the entire day on the 15th.
calendar.
So,
Something's here on the 15th?
let's see, that's, let me just.
And I'm out of town.
You're out of town on the 15th?
She's out of town, so
Well,
that's part of the problem is we had to go through and find where we could put
okay,
it.
all
where
right.
There's
Well,
not
then
things on a
I'll
certain
try
date,
to
so-
call in if possible. It might be in and out, but I'll try.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Johnson.
I do not see the need for these meetings. Was it 3 weeks ago we passed the budget? We could have had the talks before we passed that budget, putting us in debt. I don't have any idea possibly what we could be looking at. We as a board are sitting here to look to the future of Mojave County, which obviously would include money, not the day-to-day running. We have a county manager, we have a financial director, he has a different kind of a title. That's their job to put this together and bring these things to us. It's their job to sit down with departments. It is our job to say, this is what we want, and you bring it back and tell us what the consequences are if we do or don't do it. We're gonna have a meeting every month. We don't need a county manager or a finance director. That's just my opinion.
Motion to approve.
For that motion to approve, do I have a second?
Second.
Additional discussion? I'll make a comment that we've heard, because we're going into an election season, you know, you always hear cut the fat out of the budget. And I think that these meetings are going to be a good opportunity for the elected policymakers to work with the administrative staff at the county to go through and identify efficiencies, cost avoidance, cost savings at a level that we just haven't done in the last budget processes that I've been a part of since been on the board. And then also looking at the capital improvement program. I mean, we really have to, hitting it early is better than just waiting to piece something together in like 2 or 3 months, like we usually do. So I'm going to support this.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Is Finance Director still here? My concern is we had the ability to increase revenue 3 weeks ago. Sitting down with you and all the departments, I do not see a way that we can cut 18.5 million plus the 4 million of new projects that we put on. We made a step today with not building the buildings. That'll save us some. But there is, I mean, I guess my question to you is there any possible way, looking at the budget that you've been through, that we could cut 18.5 million out of the budget without shutting down county services?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, County Manager Elters and I told the board during the FY24 budget process that we don't believe that this is a spending problem. We believe that it is a revenue problem. Revenue has not kept pace with the cost of doing business as a county. So yes, I would agree with you that we are unlikely to find $18.5 million worth of cuts, even going through line item by line item. We did run some preliminary numbers, and if you knowing that the board is supportive of law enforcement in the county, if we say that law enforcement is off the table, if we're not looking to make cuts to law enforcement, and if we're painting with a broad strokes of the brush and just looking at what percentage of cuts would it take to balance that $18.5 million deficit. If you're defining public safety as the sheriff, the jail maintenance, and animal control, which is the narrow definition of public safety, we're looking at about a 17.5% across the board cut. If you define public safety to also include the other departments that County Manager Elters mentioned earlier, such as legal advocate, public defender, et cetera, we're looking at excuse me, that first number I quoted was wrong. It was about a 28% decrease. With the narrow scope of public safety, it's more like 35% decrease that would be required across the board to make up that deficit.
Well, because public safety is obviously one of the biggest chunks of our spending. If you take them out, that means you have actually no other departments. Finance, everybody else is going to be running without bodies.
Supervisor Johnson, yes, it is a huge piece of the general fund budget. If we looked at just contingency, leaving that alone, and that contingency balance is in place for good reason, and the county's payments to Access for the healthcare, for the employer side of the healthcare, we'd still be looking at 17% required decrease across the board in order to make up that $18.5 million deficit.
Thank you.
And even with 17%, I don't think that we're going to find that magnitude of efficiencies or cost savings, but it's certainly an exercise that I'm in support of. I would love to engage with the board and have a little bit more insight into what is the board's priorities, what are you looking to accomplish as a board when it comes to the budget, because it's one thing to say we want a balanced budget for 1 year at a time. There was a lot of discussion during this year's budget process about long-term planning and the need for that and the value for that, and that is something that we could certainly, I think, define a little bit better with some back and forth engagement.
At least in my opinion, it's up to finance in the county to bring the board a balanced budget that goes to the future. It's up to the board if we want to say we don't care about the future or whatever else there. But if you're to go through line by line, which you should be doing every budget session, there's no way you're going to cut pencils and papers and anything else to the tune of any kind of money. That'd be a fair statement? I mean, there's nobody that's hoarding paper or using too many stamps or, I mean, well, the only thing we have to cut is bodies. Would that be a correct assumption?
Supervisor Johnson, County Manager Elters and I believe this has been the practice for a number of years, this past spring, leading up to the budget workshop, met one-on-one with each one of the departments and their staff over the course of 3 weeks. And went through the budget line item by line item. There were a number of new initiatives that were proposed that didn't make it into the final budget. We didn't feel that they were warranted or justified. There was also, as was pointed out during some of the public budget meetings, that there was, I believe, about $4 million, including the sheriff's initiative and the juvenile detention initiative, of initiatives that did make it in because they were warranted and they were needed.
Mr. Chairman. But if we're going to make cuts, it has to be people.
That is the biggest portion of the county's general fund budget.
Right, that's about the only way you can go. And that's all I'm saying to the board, to have meetings. We have these two gentlemen that we've hired to do this for us. If we want to say, hey, we want that $18.5 million taken back out by next July, tell them to do it and bring back in 2 months, and then we look at it. I don't know that we can go through a line by line. We're not going to find any more than they find. That was just all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Bishop.
I just have one question for Luke. Is this an exercise to show this board that we can't cut 18 million, that we have to have a revenue source? Is that not really what this is all about?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop.
You know what? You don't have to answer that because I'm not going to put you on that spot, but.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to.
We all know that's
I
what
would
it
like
is.
to answer that question.
I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Manager Elters.
Thank you. We have carried over 100 vacancies since at least 2 years ago, and I'm grateful for the board for the one that the board did. It stopped the bleeding, but we continue to carry vacancies, well over 100, somewhere between 25 and 30 in the courts, the rest in the rest of the department, county departments. I don't bring it up to you every single board meeting because there's just no point in doing that. So before we talk about cutting people, please remember that we are shorthanded as it is, and many departments are extremely short-staffed and overloaded and burned out. Let me just start with that. The other, it's hard to answer all the questions, but as far as the exercise, whether we need a meeting every month for the next 12 months or 1 or 2 or 3 meetings, at some point, Mr. Chairman and board members, we need to know your priorities. I came back to the county in June of 2020. The budget was adopted either that meeting or the meeting after. I had nothing to do with it. But every budget thereafter, I've made a point of taking the finance director and meeting with every board members and trying to get some direction and some expectations and understand what the priorities are, and then meeting with the departments, establishing boundaries for them and limitation, and then bringing a budget. 2 years ago in 21, we presented a 4-year balanced budget that would help us, and it was declined. There was no, there's no approval of it, and we understood that. So we came back with a different direction. What we're in this current environment with the inflationary world that we live in, our revenues are not keeping up with our expenses. Mr. Mornian was trying to answer the question saying, well, I don't think we can cut. I will go on record and tell you there is no $18.5 million of cuts short of just eliminating departments and depleting the capacity of services. If that's what it takes, if it takes a board meeting to tell us that's what we want you to do, we're capable of doing these things. It's not that we can't do it. We understand, and I think it's really important to have a discussion about definitions. What does public safety mean to the board? What do priorities? Which priorities rise to the top? What departments does this county need to function going forward? I think the meetings will be helpful. If nothing else, I think it will either demonstrate to the board that we have room to cut, which I don't think we do, or we don't. But I think it's important to have the meetings, and I appreciate you giving me time.
Thank you, Manager Elters. I think it's important to recognize that going into an election year, it's not just for the board's benefit, but it's for the public that we serve's benefit as well. I know previously we've asked you and your staff to further divide the county's budget up into mandated services, what you guys categorize as essential services, and discretionary services. We can really delve into that to make sure that we're all talking about the same definition. I mean, clearly the stuff that's mandated in statute, that's mandated. As far as this, essential services, what does that include? But really it's going to be an exercise to show the people, the citizens that we serve, exactly what goes into the county's budget. I mean, the fact that, not everything that we do here is funded by local property taxes. I mean, there's a lot of grants from the state and from the feds that come in. I mean, it's easy to go through as a citizen and to look at, oh, well, you can pull that and pull that and pull that, but what you're not realizing, because you're sort of further away from the problem, is that those funds might be a state or a federal grant or something like that, and it's not really going to solve the problem. The other thing that we could do, I mean, and it's a temporary solution, but we could press pause on the capital improvement program, and that maybe buys you, maybe you're okay for 2025 and maybe 2026, but that makes the situation long-term worse, in my opinion. So it's just these types of conversations that we should have. And hopefully we'll come up with a solution as a 5-member board. You've heard that motion in second. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 61 is a public hearing. Okay, I'm actually going to change. We're going to go to item number 81. Sheriff Schuster's in the audience. This is his item, and he has to leave. Sheriff Schuster, you want to come down to the podium, please?
81?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to cut in line. We've got a pressing matter that I need to address, and what I want to do is give you a very brief update on the status of our substation projects, and we're just going to go through it kind of line by line to make sure you understand where we're at and what we're trying to accomplish. So back in the fiscal year budget of 21-22, this board authorized $5 million for our substations. Timing is everything, isn't it? We're just talking about buildings and funding. This is long overdue. These facilities did not get into the master plan for the sales tax. It's something we've talked about in detail for many years now. So we had the $5 million. That $5 million was supposed to replace 3 substations. We recognized immediately it wasn't going to get the job done. There's no way we can do it for that amount of money. Rather than come back to the board, we said, you know what, we're going to attempt to go to the state, and we contacted our local representatives, and we petitioned them, and I went down and testified, and we asked for $10 million, and we were awarded $9 million. So I look at that as a wonderful match. That's about 65% of all of our funding for buildings, and I'm very thankful for that. So with the $9 million and the $5 million that we have on hand, we're looking at $14 million. We started with our Lake Havasu Sheriff Substation about 6 months ago with that approval. We did design, we did layout. We got to the point where we were ready to come before the board, and then we got a hiccup. We were told that building a new facility on that property would be problematic because we cannot hook into the current sewer system, and with the updated laws regarding septic situations, we could not put in a septic tank. So my question was, after 6 months, you're telling me we're dead in the water here and we have to start over? I'm being told that there's now a negotiation going on with Lake Havasu City. They are looking to put in a wet well and a lift station, which would accommodate our need. My understanding is they would like to do it on our property underneath the pavement, which is acceptable, and I'm fine with that if this gets the program moving forward. So we budgeted a total of $5.3 million for this project. It's shocking to me as sheriff to see the cost of building prices here in the county. The building itself is going to be a 2-story, about 6,800 square foot building, and it's coming in at $637 a square foot. I have no control over that. This is a procurement process, and that's what we're being told in looking at past projects for the county. My concern is I don't want to go over budget. I don't want to deal with what we had to deal with in the courthouse. I do not want to come back before this board seeking additional funding. So I think that's a fair, if not extremely high estimate, and adding what needs to be added after the fact, we're looking at about $5.3 million. So right now that site is pending. I will keep you updated as soon as I hear more, hopefully soon. If that does not play out the way we hope it does, we're going to start over. We may look at existing buildings. We may look at additional property. Location is very important for us. We want to make sure we are well within our jurisdictional boundaries down there for maximum response times. This is a diagram. It's not to scale, but this basically shows that two-story layout for the sheriff's office. Here's our Mojave Valley substation. This has been around almost as long as Buster's been around. It's a very new station, old station. This was built, I want to say in 1982. It's fallen apart. I'm not going to get into details. You all know we've had that discussion. The location is very poor. This is on Vanderslice Road down in Mojave Valley, which is about as far away from our service area down there as it can be. It's located between Golden Shores and Highway 95. Our primary areas for that district are Fort Mojave and Mojave Valley. Boundary Cone is a main road that runs up to Oatman and down to the Avi Casino. That is our district line. When I say that, we have officers assigned there. Someone might be assigned to the Mojave Valley beat, which is Mojave Valley and the Topak area. Others might be assigned to the Fort Mojave area. Both very high traffic areas. We take a lot of calls for service. So having said that, we knew we wanted to be very close to Boundary Cone. The original plan was to abandon the Vanderslice property. You can do with it what you will. Director Latowski's been working with BLM to try and obtain some property up on Boundary Cone. It's still about 6 to 12 months out. Whether or not it'll go through, I'm sure it's promising, but there's a time delay there. We're looking to build a single-story, 10,000 square foot building that will accommodate our needs. Looking at the price that we brought in from the Havasu substation, you're looking at close to $6.5 million just for the build. That's not including the parking lot, the storage. It really has opened my eyes, and it's a shocking figure. And we're here to try and save our funding, not spend it arbitrarily. So this project is out. We're not going to build new. I was very fortunate. I came across a building that is available. It's existing. It's a two-story that's located about a mile north of Boundary Cone. Location could not be better. It's got plenty of access directly off 95. It comes with a heliport. There's property to the would be the south of it that we can use to put in an outdoor storage facility, which is needed. There's even an electronic billboard that we can maximize to use for safety messages for those running up and down Highway 95. This particular project comes in, we're budgeting it for a total of $4 million to $4.3 million. So less than half of what it would cost to build new before we even put a parking lot in. And so it's a very effective option. The location is ideal. We'll need some minor tweaks. We need to shore it up, make sure that it is secure. These are things that we can do for a nominal cost, which again, at the high end, $4.3 million. I'm comfortable with that because we stay within our budget, and it's a known factor, move-in ready. So we're going to be seeking full appraisal and building inspection on that after we have discussion. And following the appraisal, we'd like to move forward with procurement to start negotiating the process. There is a picture of it. It's a very nice building. I've been in it. It's been inspected by the county. And we're going to make sure that we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. We want to do a full appraisal and inspection. There's it's on about 2 acres of land. And the additional 2 acres, there's a picture of the actual land that it would come with from the air. The picture on your left would be the heliport area and the entrance to 95. If you look far left, you'll see a little black square. That is the billboard I spoke of. And then that rear building certainly would accommodate our needs. This is a picture of the vacant land to the south, which will allow us to easily develop and put in an outdoor storage, which we must have. Now we talk about our Beaver Dam substation. This was never meant to be a permanent structure. This was a trailer that was hauled up on a temporary basis. It is in significant disarray. If it were up to me, we'd tear it down tomorrow, but we're not there yet, but it really is a very poor building. The plan is to demolish it, to build a small 3,000 to 3,500 square foot building with site improvement. We're budgeting that at $2.4 million. And then lastly, we need to talk about our boating safety center. This is a little unique. This is a multi-agency area. This land was is owned by BLM, leased to Arizona State Parks, and then we're a tenant on that lease, and we share that with numerous agencies. So there's a couple factors that can occur. One, we can go into coordinating with these other allied agencies and build a joint water safety center. The second option would be to approach state parks and see if they can transfer a portion of that property for our use. One thing that is very clear, we have to have water access, and that's simply gone now. There's not much left down in Lake Havasu. To go back to having to tow boats is going to put people's lives at risk. We have to have on the water ready response, and we have that now, and we certainly want to make sure that we keep that. The facility we work out of down there, and I know I've worked there for over 20 years, this was an outdoor shed that was converted into a makeshift building. It has no indoor plumbing. It has running water through a hose. It doesn't have central air conditioning. It's very, it was not meant or designed to be a long-term solution, but that's how it was. So we're putting $2 million aside for this project. That would encompass the full $14 million. And the way I see things, we're going to start with the Mojave Valley project and the Havasu project, leaving $4 million if we have to look at that towards contingency. I hope we don't. I think the numbers are pretty clear, but that way we're not going to move forward until we know we're done with one project. This recap, we're going to demo the Havasu station and build a 2-story if we can. If not, we'll start searching out existing buildings or vacant land. We budgeted that at $5.3 million. The Mojave Valley substation, we're going to exit that building, and we're looking to purchase and modify a pre-existing building. The Beaver Dam station, same thing, demoing, building new for 2.4, and then $2 million set aside for the water safety center. And I'd entertain any discussion or comments that you may have.
I don't see any. Thank you, Sheriff.
Right. If I may add one thing, and I want to thank this board and I want to commend this board. When we talk about funding, I came to you earlier in the year about funding necessities for the sheriff's office for staffing. I have personally frozen 30 positions in that jail to do our part to show that we want to help, and I appreciate the funding you gave. And the only reason I bring this up, we now have 6 vacancies left in the jail. We're filling them left and right. I've got 37 applicants and another 17 deputy applicants. So what you did is working, and thank you very much.
I do, excuse me.
Supervisor Angus.
So how long does it take, like if things do go well for the Havasu substation, how long do you think that will take? I mean, given what we hear all the time, what is the average build of a county building?
I'm being told 18 to 24 months.
About 2 years. So this one that's already built, an existing building, what do you think that timeline would be?
That would be probably 90 days. Yeah. So, I mean, it came at a great time because it's move-in ready. It suits our needs. It's a very nice building, and the location couldn't be better. So we're very fortunate to have that fall into our laps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We've got about 16 public hearings to go through today, so I'm going to be enforcing the 3-minute timeline. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 61. We have several members of the public that have signed up to speak. Jack Williams. Jack Williams. Alan Carlisle. Alan Carlisle. Linda Owens. Bowers, excuse me, Linda Bowers. Linda Bowers. Sandra. The last name starts with an A, B, and ends with an L. Thank you. Come on up to the podium.
Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Sandra Abney.
If You speak into the microphone. Thank you so much.
Little short too. I'm from Golden Valley, Arizona. I've been a community member there for 8 years. I manage Tradewinds RV Park, and I'm here to represent 1% of Golden Valley. We have a collective of people. We have people with disabilities, we have seniors, and we also have people that work within our community, such as, visiting nurses, caregivers. This water increase raises our rates for them as well. We take that into effect with our billing, having conversations with, what would you like to see go on with the property? We hear things like more trees, more activities. With that, and with the increase, it's going to take away a lot of our aesthetics for the property, and a lot of activities for those that we serve in the community. If you guys could please reconsider this as an option, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim McNabb? Jim McNabb? Jennifer Esposito? Jennifer Esposito? Erwin Lee Myers?
My name's Erwin Myers. I'm from Golden Valley. I want to thank you for letting me speak on the water problem out there in Golden Valley. You know, I moved out there because I thought it'd be a cheaper way to live, and right now with the way the economy is going with the gas and the water and power and everything else, you know, I live on a limited income. I get about $1,800 a month. And by the time I pay my mortgage, that's $1,200 and some dollars. And then by the time I pay for utilities and food and gas, I'm living on the edge. So I'm hoping that you guys realize that why the people moved out to Golden Valley, because it was a cheaper way to live. You know, I came from hell town of LA, where everything got so expensive I couldn't retire there, so I figured I'll go to Arizona. But now it's looking like it's going to end up being like that pretty soon if we just keep raising things here. And you know, I'm just here to support Golden Valley, and I hope you guys turn this around, because this is, you know, my bill is doubled, almost tripled with the water, and I don't see any leaks on my property, so I can't understand why my bill is tripled. But it has since this new adopted surcharge came in, so I'm just hoping you guys voted unanimous to get rid of it, because it's putting a lot of pressure on people out there. And you know, we all live on a limited income. Well, thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Ray Pitts? Ray Pitts? Ray Pitts. Glenda Hill? Glenda Hill? This just says Steve. Steve, you want to talk? Steve Robinson.
Sorry, I didn't spell that clearly. I'm Stephen Robinson, resident of Golden Valley. My family has owned property out there since '79, and my extended family has lived there since 1985. I've been there now for a dozen years. I want to bring out 3 points and make some suggestions. First, because of the Great Recession in 2009 to 2012, the county swept, with legislative approval, between $1 and $3 million from Golden Valley Improvement District. Perhaps it's time that you give that money back to them. In 1994, the county first applied for their designation of adequate water supply. It was applied for in October of '94 and approved in July of '95. I think, Manager Elters, you were assistant engineer, county engineer at the time, if I remember correctly. The county claimed that there was $1.4 million, or 4 million acre feet of water in the 40 square miles. The state approved it, not at 1.4 million, but at 2.3 million acre feet of water, 65% more. On the 1.4 million, they said, oh, we have 6,200 allocations. On the increased amount that the state declared we had, it would be over 10,500 allocations. You've been charging people up to, well, $5,000 a month for the last a year for each new allocation if they bought one, which has probably been zero. Then in 2006, the county started another application for an ADWR designation. After 18 months, and due to either incompetence or violation or just ignoring a bureaucratic opposition, they canceled the application. Why is that important? In 2011 and 2013, the U.S. Geological Survey did 2 surveys of Sacramento Valley Aquifer. The first one, they said, well, rough estimate, 16 million acre feet in the whole aquifer, the vast majority of it in Golden Valley. The second one said there's 28.3 million acre feet. That means there's an awful lot of water there, and you should take a look at that. My suggestions is, one, use some of the CARES Money Act to help fund this well, or 2, give them back the general fund money that you had taken from them back over a decade ago. Second, immediately acknowledge the 2.3 million acre feet that the state said we had, drop the cost of an allocation from 5,000 down to about 450. Third, apply for a new designation. I'm willing to bet, just based upon my brief studies, there's about 5 million acre feet of water in that district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joe Baranek. Joe Baranek. Lynette Perkins. Lynette Perkins. Douglas Campbell. Douglas Campbell.
Good afternoon. My name's Douglas Campbell. I live in Golden Valley in the Improvement District. My issue is with the surcharge. I got a feeling that the surcharge, well, one, it feels like we're being punished for living in the Improvement District. The only people that are getting charged for this new well is those of us that live there. We have to use the water. We have no other source of water. So we get charged for it. You've raised the rates on that. I understand rates go up. But this surcharge adds a whole nother layer to it. Now, I know the other wells that were put in, every property owner paid for it. I know this because when I purchased my property, I assumed 2 water assessments, a well and main water lines. I paid on them for 10 years. It was over 12 years before I even had water available to my property. So if anybody else is saying, oh, well, we don't live there, well, build something, whatever, but assume the cost. We shouldn't be hit with that just because we live there. Now, I believe this issue came with the casement collapsing in 2017. And that's kind of a question if you're...
This is a public hearing. We can't go back and forth.
Oh, okay. Well, isn't the contractor insured for something like this happening? I know I had to have insurance when I was in business. Anyhow, that was... Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, sir. Don Martin. Don Martin.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the supervisors. I've owned property out there in the district in the past, and like this last gentleman said, I paid for years and years for water out there, and I don't think I ever got it, but before I sold it. But one thing that always comes to mind when I hear this, and And if you see the people that live out there, and they live out there for a reason, less government, they want to live there in peace. And I've always had the impression about government that government is here to solve problems, not create them. If you need the money, if the money's that much of a deal out there for that $5 assessment, if you can justify it, like that other gentleman said, hey, we know rates are going to go up. If you can get by without that assessment or by reducing that assessment by any amount, that's going to help those folks that live out there, because that's not an affluent place to live out there. Like I said, I had property out there before. So I would just say, hey, think about this. If you can get by with less based upon what your cost needs are, do it. I think Supervisor Bishop's going to give the district a ton of money today. It's going to help. And I would just urge that you look at that and say, hey, let's see if we can cut these folks some slack at this time. And that's what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Richard Quinn. Richard Quinn. Barbara Worth.
Sir, my name is Barbara Worth. I am the wife of a deceased veteran who passed away approximately 4 years ago. He was a Vietnam veteran. We purchased our house back in 2015 over in Golden Valley off of Estrella. And it was our first home. We were married in 2006. We saved every penny we could. He had to fight for his benefits because he had Agent Orange poisoning, and it took him approximately 10 years to obtain his benefits so that he could get medical treatment for the condition that he had. When we moved out to our home, it was a beautiful 3-bedroom house on 3.38 acres. We have water, city water or county water that comes to our home. We didn't have to haul our water, which is something neither of us were in a position to do. So every cent that we had went into that property. We did manage to get a VA loan, and at this point he died 4.5 years ago, and I've been alone out there myself for the past 4.5 years trying to deal with all of the issues and keep that property up by myself, essentially. And at this point, I am on a fixed income. I have my Social Security for working 30 years as an accountant in California, and I have his VA benefits, which is also a limited income. The amount of our mortgage takes every penny of his VA money, and I have only my Social Security to live on, which means my bill jumping from $38 a month in May to $333 this month is unacceptable. I cannot survive. So at this point, I know there are a lot of seniors here. I have seen them. There are veterans here. I have been a member of the VVA 975 for the past 15 years. And I have watched our veterans die off one by one from Agent Orange. And I have watched our veterans go out on the street because they can't afford to pay their bills. They can't afford to live. I don't want to be one of them. I cannot be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Timothy Williams. Timothy Williams. Thomas Bond. Thomas Bond. Jennifer Esposito. Oh, that's 62, excuse me. I'm going to close the public hearing. Come to the podium really quick. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter and Board Supervisors. Danielle Keck, resident and property owner in District 4. Today, I'm not only representing myself and my family, I'm also representing 333 other families. Many of them are here today, or were here today, and they just couldn't stay. They had other engagements. But many of them are not able to attend. Those who are unable to attend are the ones I really want you to think about while I speak. They're not here because they don't want to be here, but because they physically couldn't get here. Some are disabled, lacking transportation support, and others don't have enough gas to put in their car or even have a reliable car that runs. Many just can't simply take time off work. All of us who are here are so blessed to have able bodies, time, gas, and a working vehicle. I spent the last couple of weekends out in the community talking with residents about some of the most pressing issues in Golden Valley. And this surcharge was the one issue that was causing tears to stream down many of their faces while we spoke. My heart breaks when they share these stories with me about the additional financial burdens that this has caused them. This surcharge is causing your constituents emotional and physical harm. It has forced customers to set up payment plans on their accounts, which are also being charged interest. Some feel hopeless thinking about how they will ever catch back up. We are all in favor of repealing the $5 surcharge as quickly as you enforced it, which records show was immediately, the next day. I also want to encourage the board to consider refunding all collected surcharges to the customers because they have caused far more harm than help. And I appreciate your time and consideration, but there were 3 other increases that we felt in this. One was the $15 minimum rate. It used to come with 1,500 gallons of water as well. That was eliminated. So you don't get the 1,500 gallons anymore. The second one is they also instilled a tiered water rate charge. So the more you use, that's built into the system as well. And then they increased the rate for just using basic water. So the $5 is the 4th hit that we've experienced on our bills, and it's terrible. And so thank you for your consideration, and thank you to the families who reached out to me and showed up when we were out. And thank you, Great American Pizza and Neely's and Holly over at El Rancho. They were instrumental in talking to people and getting the community support behind this.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Bishop, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone who came earlier and to those that stayed for a very, very long day. So I just want to remind you all, as I've said before, it is important to us that we run the GVID properly. So it's been pointed out to us that even now that we seem to have enough to drill the well, we're still $290,000 average in the red annually. So I think we should have a discussion of reducing the well surcharge, like all of you have asked. I think that's a good conversation to have now, but we need to keep in mind that we are still in the hole $290,000 a year. So Mr. Lukowski, if you could do the math real quick on that to see if we have to keep a certain amount of this surcharge to keep GVID in the black. And once again, I want to remind the customers of GVID, this is your water system. We are only setting on the board of directors, and we, the county, are not making money off from your hard-earned monies that's being charged for your water. This all goes back into GVID. So, Steve, with the ARPA money that I gave previously, $937,000, and what I brought forward today that the rate users were graciously quiet about, another $763,000. We've got a little grant that we're hoping gets approved, and we have some GVID funds from that we're holding back for this well. My question to you is, do we have enough money now, if we get this grant, to drill the new well? And if the answer to that is yes, do we have enough revenue coming in to support this GVID with the shortfall of $290,000 a year? Because we know that this district water system is self-funded and it belongs to the people. Those are my questions to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, Supervisor Bishop. Thank you for those questions. I worked over the course of the weekend to prepare, and I do have answers to your questions. First and foremost, when the board adopted the GVID rate increase, I'm going to speak to the rate increase only, and in May, that was aimed at resolving approximately a $250,000 deficit that staff had anticipated, or at least forecast, considering for the operation and maintenance of the system, as well as depreciation of the system. That attests to the unforeseens that have come about both in the past and will continue to come about as part of operating a 30-plus-year-old water system. Some examples of unforeseen circumstances have been water line repairs on Bolsa, Teddy Roosevelt, and most recently Hershey Ways, which incurred substantial costs. So capturing the cost of depreciation of the system in the water rate does attest to having a sufficient amount of monies on hand to remedy any unforeseen circumstances. So to answer your question, and looking at the first couple of months of collections of monies under the water rate, I'm not talking the surcharge, just the water rate, we are on track to accrue an amount of funds for the GVID operation and maintenance that does target that shortfall resolution. With regard to the surcharge, if I can have maybe 30 seconds just to frame where I'm going with this statement, and that is, when the system was established and put in operation around 1991, the board then adopted a policy and procedure. The board recognized there was about 6,200 water allocations established per the ADWR water allocation to the district. About 4,700 of those allocations, and please, I'm using round numbers. It's like 4,760, but I'm using round numbers. So about 75% of those allocations were distributed among the property owners in the district, with the caveat in the policy and procedure that each water allocation represents 200 gallons per day. That's about 6,100 gallons per month. Now, the point I'm wanting to make is there was about 25% of those water allocations that were unallocated. And over the course of time, those water allocations have been sold, and have been sold with the purpose of funding a future development fund for the expansion of the water infrastructure at GVID. So essentially, the core system was built in the early 1990s with 2 working wells, a distribution system, 3 storage tanks. But obviously, if the system were to gain more customers, more usage through those unassigned water allocation sales, that additional infrastructure would be necessary. Now, up to the present, we have about $270,000 in the future development fund, and that would be a sufficient amount of monies to cover GVID's share under the just approved, project budget to drill what is a replacement well for well number 2. So even though there's a new well that is being proposed to be constructed and the project has been basically approved and funded, GVID through its future development fund would have sufficient funds at about $270,000 to cover its $250,000 share. Now, we really expected that future development fund to have grown. And in February of 2018, the board, upon staff's recommendation, acted to set the unallocated service connection, those allocations, at it was just about $5,100 in allocation with $150 a year increase. So right now we're actually at $5,950 per allocation. And the reason for that substantial increase was to build up a future development fund that could fund on its own a new well construction and perhaps even a new storage tank, because sooner or later, as more and more density comes into the Golden Valley Improvement District, those infrastructures would have to be constructed. We're at that point right now because we lost capacity of well number 2. We lost a substantial amount, and that's where this new well number 2 replacement will come into play, and it's our anticipation that it will cure it. So in summary, there was, a move in February of 2018 to try to build that fund up, upwards of, if we would sell all 400 allocations that are remaining, we would accrue about $2 million in that future development fund for new infrastructure construction. That has been slow. It hasn't materialized to the magnitude that perhaps we expected in February of 2018. And hence, in order to cure the solution to the lost production of well number 2, that well surcharge was proposed. But now with the current proposal under the project budget and the funding, I can attest that one, we do have enough funds on hand in the future development fund to fund the $250,000 Golden Valley Improvement District share for the replacement well number 2. And two, the rate increase, just a rate increase, would provide a mitigation of that shortfall that you spoke of, Supervisor Bishop.
Okay, so the influx of new homes in the area, specifically what's been quoted on social media is Engel Homes is the reason that we're short on water. Can you, just for the heck of it, clarify whether or not Engel Homes is pulling water out of GVID?
Well, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, bear in mind that when those allocations were allocated back in 1991, there are a lot of vacant properties throughout Golden Valley Improvement District that have a water allocation. So if anyone wished to purchase a vacant lot, then whether it's they contract with Engel Homes or another contractor, or even if it is a contractor such as Engel purchasing those lots, chances are those lots already have a water allocation that was assigned to them in 1991. Now, what we have seen is the further subdivision through parcel plats, et cetera, or even an actual subdivision, creating more lots would necessitate the purchase of additional water allocations, which they are for sale at $5,950 in allocation, and that would be the option to drilling a well on the private property. So if there was a more intensive formal subdivision, a master plan community, if you will, those developers or builders would have to go through a process of performing an engineering study to determine exactly what their water demand is, and then provide the infrastructure, just like, building and paving the roads that they would need to do, off the county maintained roads to build out their subdivision. It goes one and the same. They would have to develop that infrastructure, at their own cost.
Okay, so these commercial builders are not coming in and sucking GVID dry. They have to purchase an allocation unless there's one already available on the property, which somebody else had already purchased the
That's
allocation.
correct. Yes, if they bought a number of lots, chances are those lots already have an allocation. I believe that practice happens in other areas as well, Valley Vista, et cetera, where contractors actually buy the lots.
I just wanted that clarified for the people, because if it's not within the GVID boundaries, there's not a way for them to connect to GVID unless maybe they're a water hauler, and that's certainly not what the question was that I was referring to. So back to my question. the surcharge, can it, now that we have all these other funds, can it now be reduced or removed completely? What is your recommendation based on your financial study of the situation?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, my recommendation is that based on the engineering estimates that we have obtained, and these include from a third party, as well as what I have seen come in now from the water rate increase, the board can consider eliminating the surcharge.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Lakowski.
will caveat that this is still subject to a procurement process and seeing, where the bids come in, but we also have some other measures. I've been working, quite hard, thanks to, all of the information that, both administration has provided, as well as just, listening to the public. We're trying to find some other additional funds just as a backup reserve as well. So we'll continue to work in that direction. We never consider ourselves satisfied with the funds that we have, but we'll look for other avenues, but that's my recommendation.
Okay, I have a few more questions. If the audience can please not applaud so that we can get this thing going here. Mr. Lakowski, the well surcharge has been charged to GPID customers for a couple of months now. What is your recommendation on that? Because there are some members that think we should refund that, and maybe we should not. But I want your professional opinion on that as well.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, and I might as well start with the numbers first, if you don't mind. In June, we billed, now this is billed, approximately $48,800. We've collected $17,600, so about 36%. In July, we billed for $55,900, and we've collected about $35,300, or about 63%. It is plausible, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, Supervisor Bishop, to consider a refund. Staff would, if that was considered, staff would kindly recommend, although we would be more than willing to accommodate anything that the board desires or directs. We would like to consider perhaps just considering that as a credit towards future bills. We would just carry a rolling credit, on future bills. So some persons might have a zero bill the next month, maybe even the next couple of months. But that's, we can work with whatever the board recommends. It would just be a little bit easier, to consider it just as a credit to the person's account.
So just to be clear, things will be fine if we give a credit to those that have paid their surcharge. Is that correct? We can eliminate the well surcharge. We can give a credit for surcharge charges that have already been paid. And then one more question.
Yes.
Did we ever sweep money from GVID, the county? I mean, that's an accusation, and it's the only negative speaker of the whole day, and I appreciate everybody that's been kind and respectful, but that one is needs to be addressed.
Supervisor Bishop, with all due respect, even though I was here in my position during that period, I would very much like to look into that first. I could not really give an opinion, based on something that could have or not have happened 10 years ago. I'd feel much more comfortable.
I just can't imagine the county sweeping money from a water district that doesn't even belong to the county. That's crazy. And so I will go on the record and tell you that did not happen. But
I
please,
can only say that, from the departments that I oversee, I do recall, the fleet services or vehicle replacement fund, but those were funded originally by the general fund. Exactly. So that one I do remember, but I just can't answer the GVID.
Okay.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in May, we were told we've been losing close to $300,000 a year for a few years. And now in August, we're giving money back and doing away with the $5. It's just the same kind of financing we're doing to do the county budget. I just don't see how we went from being so far in the hole a few months ago to not needing any money. I mean, is the district going to have money in case of an emergency?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, when the board considered this item in May, the two items were mutually exclusive. There was a water rate increase that was proposed, and staff specifically tailored the proposed increases to curing a shortfall in the operation and maintenance of the system. So accounting for depreciation of the system, which really is analogous to the unforeseen, water line breaks and related failures that demand repairs. So we are initially satisfied with the level of revenue that are coming in to be able to be prepared to, as we always have been, to address those unforeseen circumstances. The other item of the surcharge was specifically tailored, that amount, to a project budget that was determined to construct a new production well about 6 to 7 years in the future. So it factored in things like, inflation between now and 6 to 7 years, also had a contingency. So to the questions that I've answered up to this point, the approximately $250,000 a year shortfall that we tailored the water rate increase to, we believe that water rate increase is going to, deliver on that shortfall and curing that shortfall.
That's the only question I had.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latosky. So allotment entitles the customer to 200 gallons a day?
That's correct, as per GVID policy and procedure adopted by the board in 1991.
So we've had some people in here testify that they're using 16, 20,000 gallons of water a month.
Yes.
Are they then required to buy another water allotment? Because it seems like they're using somebody else's water.
They're using in excess of their allocation, yes. There's nothing specifically in the policy and procedure with regard to an enforcement aspect of that. And because we haven't seen the density of build out in GVID, the system has an amount of supply that can provide water. So that's what prompted us to propose a second tier under the water rate increase, where we added because that tier only applies to 6,100 gallons and higher. So for those that are actually using above their allocation, rather than come out and be enforcement oriented, we're accommodating their demand for water, but just at a higher rate.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Pleasure of the board. Supervisor Bishop.
I will make a motion that we rescind the $5 per 1,000 gallons of water surcharge. And for any customer that has already paid the surcharge on their last bill or the current bill, that amount be provided as a credit for future use.
Second.
For that motion and second, any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
We might want to clarify that the statement on this bill or the last bill. Might want to figure out how to clarify.
I would clarify that if I knew the month. So Mr. Lukowski, can you help me with the billing so we can clarify the motion? I don't know if it's June and July or July and August. I'm not sure.
Supervisor Bishop, June and July, it is.
I'll amend my motion and add those months for the billing. Madam Clerk.
We have an amended motion and a second. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So does that mean the people that haven't yet paid their bill? It sounds like about half the people had not paid a water bill since we've done this.
If they haven't paid it, they're not due a refund, right?
Okay, I'm just clarifying that. I wanted to make it clean.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 62 is a public hearing. However, before we do that, the applicant is here today. They have, this is in my district, they've requested a 30-day postponement to allow them to work with the community. This is a communications tower up in the Centennial Park area. I need to get her on record that she's requesting that, and then I'm just going to call for the vote. And then what that does is it bumps the public hearing 30 days. So did you want a 30-day continuance?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. I'm going to make a motion that we continue the public hearing for item number 62 for 30 days.
Do you need a record from me?
No.
Okay, thank you.
For that motion and second, any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Item number 63 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on item number 63? We have no one signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Gould.
I move that item 63 be adopted.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 64. We have one individual signed up to speak, Glenda Hill. Glenda Hill. I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
For that motion and second on item number 64, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Item number 65 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 65. We have two individuals signed up for speaking. Corey Davis. Corey Davis. Thank you. Don Martin. Don Martin. 65. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 65. What's the pleasure of the board? This is in Golden Valley.
Chairman Lincoln-Belcher, a motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. 66 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on number 65. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 65? We have no one signed up to speak.
66.
66, excuse me, 66. Public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 66. What's the will of the board?
Chairman Lincoln-Belcher, a motion to approve.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Guys appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Item number 67 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 67. I don't have anybody signed up to speak. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Kathy?
I thought this was pulled.
Oh, I'm sorry, this was pulled, excuse me. Did you want to make a comment for the, okay. 67 is pulled. My apologies. Thank you very much. Item number 68 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 68. We have folks that are signed up. NRG Partners LLC. Would you like to come to the podium? 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter and members of the board. I represent the applicant today, Reenergy Partners. In order to be most time efficient today, is it possible if I combine our discussions regarding items 68 and 69 into one presentation?
They be public hearing. Yeah, it's public hearing. I can't go into it, so it's your. Go ahead.
Okay. The other item I just want to, because our items came up during the discussion regarding the moratorium earlier, I just wanted to put on the record that our research and our opinion is that the items we're discussing today will not be impacted by any discussed moratorium. I just wanted to bring that up because our items were discussed in particular regarding that. Can you see the slides here? I do have a presentation, I was told, would be able to show. Control L, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So we have a few different requests in front of the board today. That includes the general plan amendment in addition to some rezone requests. We have two projects in front of the board today, Aramos 2 and Aramos 3. Those represent agenda items 68 and 69. There are many synergies between the projects, and as a result, I'll try to address as many of them as possible. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we have a number of members from our team today that are with us, including the COO and the co-founder of Reenergy Partners, the general counsel and head of environmental. We also have a fire safety consultant and a third-party valuations expert that will be here to answer any questions for the board. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have two properties that we're going to be discussing today. Both of them consist entirely of private land. Aramos 2 consists of 12 parcels, approximately 713 acres. That's agenda item 69. Today, we're also talking about agenda item 68, which is just one parcel, 640 acres. Next slide, please. As you can see, they're located just south of Golden Valley. Next slide, please. Here's kind of a demonstration of both properties there. Aramos 2 to the east, Aramos 3 to the west. Their locations were selected as a result of proximity to the Griffith substation, which is operated by Unisource. Next slide, please. The current zoning map of the area is majority agricultural residential. One of the requests we have before you will be the application of an overlay and rezone of those properties. Next slide, please. In addition, when we consulted with the staff, planning staff, we were told that in order to make the general plan most compatible, that we should also request a general plan amendment. So as you can see, most of the area here is rural development area. So our first request would be a general plan amendment to ensure that all of that area, next slide please, becomes rural development area. Next slide please. We also have a rezone request for Aramos 2. This is really kind of a two-part request. The first part of the request would be to bring those three parcels that are within the boundary of Aramos 2 in conformity with the surrounding area. So all of them would become agricultural residential, that light kind of purple color. And then the next step would be the application of the energy solar overlay, the ES overlay zone, over that entire property. Next slide, please. And that's how it would look. Next slide, please. Our request for Aramos 3 is a little more straightforward because it's just one single property, and we would be requesting the application of the energy solar overlay zone over that property. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We've met the requirements of the zoning ordinance for the application of these overlays. One of the requirements is that there be a sufficient underlying zoning district. And so you can see there the agricultural residential zoning district is one such district. We've also implemented height, setback, and visual buffer considerations, which are requirements under the zoning ordinance to make this property, both properties, as compatible with the surrounding land uses as possible. Next slide, please. As was discussed earlier, you can have a utility scale solar facility either through the use of a special use permit or through the application of the energy overlay zone. In discussions with staff, we decided to pursue the energy solar overlay zone. Next slide, please. Regarding site plan, this is kind of a two-part step. So as we're pursuing the entitlements today, if we're fortunate enough to obtain those entitlements, the next step in the process would be the site plan evaluation. And there would be many districts and many agencies within the county that would provide their feedback to a proposed site plan. So this is not the only step as it refers to regulatory oversight for this project. However, we have prepared a conceptual site plan for your viewing pleasure. If you could go next slide, please. Some of the things that we've incorporated in that conceptual site plan, which we'll be going into very shortly, are items that were brought to us by Supervisor Bishop's office, as well as our discussions with the neighbors. It was very important for us that we be good neighbors and that we take into account feedback that we obtained from surrounding property owners, in addition to Supervisor Bishop's office, as this is in her district. It was very important from neighbors and in addition to Supervisor Bishop that we incorporate a 100-foot setback around the perimeter of both properties. In addition, that there be a 200-foot setback along the right-of-way adjacent to Oatman Highway, and that there be an additional 200-foot setback adjacent to all residentially zoned parcels with an existing dwelling. And we've implemented that into this conceptual site plan in addition to a visual buffer, which will serve to help kind of screen the project from neighboring parcels. The final request that we received from Supervisor Bishop's office was the protection and preservation of existing washes and wildlife corridors. If you could go to the next slide, please. This shows Eremos 2, which again is agenda item 69. You can see that this conceptual site plan implements many of those components that were requested both by the neighbors and by Supervisor Bishop. The wildlife corridors are represented there in orange. Next slide, please. And you can see represented there in green that there is a 200-foot setback both along Oatman Highway and the areas where we have residential neighbors. Next slide, please. This is a zoom in to the southwest corner of Eremos 2. You can see that there's 6 dwellings nearby, and again, from this conceptual site plan, you can see that there's been some thoughtful consideration about making sure that there's that visual buffer. Next slide, please. And there's represented as well. Next slide, please. This is just a zoom in so you can kind of see the visual buffer is represented there in green. Next slide, please. Here's Eremos 3. Again, it is a large square parcel. Same considerations were taken into account with the design of this one. Next slide, please. You can see there in green that the visual buffer and 200-foot setback is implemented. Next slide, please. Again, a zoom in on the southeast corner where there's a concentration of residential dwellings. Next slide, please. And you can see that there's, again, that 200-foot setback with the visual buffer. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, water usage is something that is top of everybody's mind. And anytime that there's going to be development, it's something that should be discussed and thought about. And moving forward, considering that both of these properties total about 1,400 acres, ensuring that there is a low water use in the area is really a huge benefit to the neighbors. If you're able to lock in an incredibly low water use for those 2 sites, many of these neighbors rely on well water, and ensuring that there's a low water use adjacent to them is a huge benefit to them. Next slide, please. Currently, both properties are entitled where you would be able to build residential or agricultural on them. As you can see, the water use, even from a fairly sparsely populated residential use of 1 home for every 25 acres, is significantly more than solar use. The type of solar technology that would be used on this site does not use any water for cooling or anything like that. The only water use that could be used during operation would be used to clean the panels. And in our discussions with, that would only occur once or twice a year. In our discussions with neighboring solar operators, this area gets enough rainfall that they have not even had to spend any water cleaning their panels. So it's possible that during operation, these 2 sites, 1,400 acres, would literally use 0 water. Next slide, please.
May I ask a question on that slide first?
Yes, sir.
Can you? Oh, I'm sorry, we're public hearing. I can't do that yet. My apologies, sorry. Keep going.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We'll be happy to answer your question as soon as we wrap up here. Next slide, please. In addition, there's been some discussion today about the energy needs of the area, that this is a growing area. There is incredible energy needs. There was some discussion earlier about how much energy Unisource has or whether they're giving energy to other states. Understanding is that actually Unisource has to purchase about 1/3 of all of its energy from out of state because it cannot self-generate enough energy within the state of Arizona to provide power to its customers, which many of them are your constituents. That power has to come from somewhere, and it comes from expensive purchase contracts where they have to purchase it from out of state. So allowing solar use here, which would generate power, which would be kept here in the county, is again another huge benefit to county residents. You can see again that power has to come from somewhere, and natural gas or coal or nuclear, other uses are much higher water uses than solar. Next slide, please. In addition to being a benefit to the constituents of the county, these proposed projects provide a tangible benefit, financial benefit to the county as well. In discussions with Ernst & Young, Reenergy's accountant, in addition to the Arizona Department of Revenue, we've generated these estimates that over the lifetime of both projects, between 35 and roughly $44 million in county tax revenue would be generated from the projects, and between 6.5 and about 8.5 million of that would be in the first 5 years of operation. We've been told that these are conservative estimates, so it's possible that they could be even more. Next slide, please. Some other considerations that have been very top of mind for these for Reenergy is ensuring that the uses on the site are incredibly fire safe. Like we had mentioned, we do have a fire consultant here who is more than happy to answer any questions you have regarding the design of the site and the technology nowadays that's implemented to ensure that these are safe. The project is also ecologically compatible, and then it's incredibly low water use. There's a revegetation plan that will ensure that that the soil is stabilized and that the land will not be just struck bare as has been discussed. That's not how these types of things work. In addition, it's a low noise use, and there will be multiple dust control measures that will be implemented. And ultimately, the overall impact is more power that stays here in the county, in addition to some tax revenues to the county as well. Next slide, please. In summation, we do have multiple requests before you today. Airmos 2, again, is that agenda item 69. Airmos 3 is the agenda item 68, which we're discussing right now. There is the general plan amendment request, and then the 2 zoning requests. Next slide, please. And our next steps, if we're fortunate enough to obtain your approval today, will be that the conceptual site plans that we've showed you today, we will present those to the county, and they'll undergo an intensive site plan review process where we'll obtain feedback from flood control and other members of the county before an ultimate site plan would ultimately be approved. That is all I have for you today. I really appreciate your thought and would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Jim Consolato. Alex McAfee.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter on the board. I have a prepared statement for this item as well as the next, so I'll start off and I can finish on the next one. I won't take 10 minutes as he did. First off, I would just like to state that before I address the individual items, I'd like to formally complain about the decorum and the process of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting in voting on these items last month. If I'm not mistaken, these committee members are not voted in, but appointed by you, our county supervisors, and I am very disappointed in most of these appointments. These members are inadequate at least, incompetent at worst. Specifically, the Roberts Rules of Order were not followed thoroughly throughout these agenda items. The chairperson and committee members often seemed confused. Motions were not made in the correct sequence, moving from one motion without voting on it before they moved to the next motion, often opposing and contradictory. Votes were not spoken into the mics, so we, the people, couldn't even verify the votes. The chairperson seemed to use her vote as she saw fit rather than be the customary tiebreaker vote. In short, I do not think that the recommendations on these items can even be deemed legal in process and administration, which is why item 68 was just put to you guys. Item 69, they did approve. The team from the solar company, right over here, awesome team that they have right here, was very impressive with the presentation, cool graphics, and statistics. However, they did not present that presentation to the Planning and Zoning Committee until just moments before the meeting, which proves that there was zero research done on any of their findings. They were allowed to speak at length, where we, the people, only got 2 minutes to speak. I'm pretty sure that democracy does not work that way. Another person attending said it was so frustrating that the committee seemed to just want to wash their hands of the whole issue and push it off onto you guys. There are some safety issues that I would like to talk about. I don't know a lot about solar farms. I'm trying to do my research. It's not what I do for a living. If it was, I would probably have some more information on it. But I do know that when it comes to the solar farms, I have heard many horror stories about broken solar panels, about chemicals leaching into the soil, into our water, and I know they would like to tell us that that does not happen. However, I do not see any proof of that. I haven't seen any type of presentation myself. Again, it's probably available. I just don't have the time to look for it because I actually have a job and I work for a living. Many of the regions in the United States that have the highest potential for solar energy also tend to be those with the driest climates. So careful consideration of these water trade-offs is essential. And hello, that is our area. It's not uncommon for the glass panels to become cracked or broken due to natural events like storms. When rain falls on a broken solar panel, it carries lead and other materials into the ground soil to include carcinogens. And I will finish up on 69.
Thank you, sir. Scott Varvel.
I am Scott Varvel. I live up in Golden Valley. And as I previously stated, I'm not against solar power. We invested in that ourselves, but the dust control issue, and they stated that they were going to put plants in or replant, which takes water in the desert to grow anything, and a substantial amount given the acreage they're talking about. So I don't really see how that can work. The other thing, you know, our solar panels, we do have to wash more often than once a year. And again, with that kind of square footage, it takes a substantial amount of water and chemical to clean those off. You know, the plant life disruption, the dust that's going to be happening. I worked in mining for years. Despite our best efforts, there's still a substantial amount of dust emitted. You cannot possibly keep it all wet all the time, and you certainly can't keep it all wet all the time while these plants are growing. Once you disturb this soil, it takes years for any of the plants to come back. It's not like growing a lawn in Iowa. It's not that way. So, you know, those are my primary concerns on that, plus the heat, you know, the radiated heat from these things. I spoke with people that worked for Southern California Edison, friends of mine that I worked with when I did work for them, and they're working in that area in Nevada, and that is 10 to 15 degrees hotter in that field than it is ambient air temperature. Now, again, my wife and I have gone through there in that area, and that's several hundred yards from the panels, and there's a 3-degree increase from the beginning of that to where we pass through it. So much for the resolution of global warming. And that's all I have on this one.
Thank you, sir. Joyce Peatney.
I'm going to cede my time.
Thank you. Danielle Keck.
Hello, again, Danielle Keck for the record, and thank you, Chairman and board members. I'm going to go ahead and set this up here. So this is a zoomed in one of the presentation. Can we see this? Wait, can you just turn it? back there. They'll turn it. Okay, so I wanted to say I'm not only representing myself and my family, but I'm also representing 373 other families who stand together to oppose the recent proposals for the solar rezoning of the parcels listed in items 68 and 69. We believe this is a short-sighted attempt to prepare for increased energy production without fully considering the long-term implications to the current and future residents. We are deeply concerned about who will be held financially responsible for the integrity and value of our land, soil, and groundwater. We strongly urge you to give serious consideration and seek answers to our following questions. And I also have 62 letters of opposition. Ms. Jeannie, did you have any more? I sent you guys 62, but I believe other people turned them in. But I'm not going to go there. I tried calling Reenergy's corporate office, seeking some of these answers myself, but it just loops you back to a message machine, and nobody called me back, guys. So how long has Reenergy been in business? How many solar projects has Reenergy seen through completion, breaking ground to removal, restoration, and proper disposal of the equipment? What are the end of contract terms? What happens if Reenergy changes ownership, goes out of business, or files bankruptcy during the 30 to 50-year projected contract terms? Who will be held financially responsible for removal of the equipment and restoration of the land, soil, and groundwater? How can Mojave County secure funds to guarantee the protection of its people, property values, land, soil, and groundwater? Who decides how much is to be set aside in this fund? Would Mojave County risk leaving it to Reenergy, or would you want an independent valuer? How often should these funds be reassessed as equipment gets older and less valuable while the cost of disposals rise? Who would have access to these funds and under what circumstances? What kind of protection or guarantee does Reenergy offer to the residents of Mojave County in terms of maintaining the integrity of our ground soils, water supply, property values, and long-term impact to the environment, including wildlife? What kind of liability insurance does Reenergy carry when it comes to the protection of people, environment, wildlife, and the future inheritors of the land, like my children? Who actually owns the land where the solar farms are being proposed? I looked it up. These are the companies that own most of the parcels, SEMA and Amcon. I think that's how you say it, but they're partners of Reenergy from what I can find. What are the potential costs and risk associated with the construction of solar farms in terms of water usage, dust pollution, wind, and flood damage? Have any of you guys ever heard of valley fever? Why did Reenergy choose a FEMA designated high-risk flood zone to propose their solar farm when their website specifically states that they seek to avoid floodplain areas? And even if you find all the answers to our questions, we still do not want our beautiful valley to turn into a sea of solar panels. We have all witnessed what is happening in our deserts when we drive to Vegas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dan Falcone.
I'm Dan Falcone. I live in Golden Valley on Ramon Drive. I can see there are a lot of people here that are a lot smarter than I am, so I might sound like I'm taking a little bit different take here, but now that we have people not really informed about climate change, global warming, according to Al Gore, climate expert, world should have crashed and burned 10 times by now, and polar ice caps should have melted, inundating coastlines around the world. Solar and wind are too inconsistent and unreliable, and I'm not in favor of them because there's too many other things that can be developed yet before we have fossil fuels eliminated completely, which is what this administration wants to do, completely eliminate all fossil fuels. So, solar and wind are just too inconsistent and unreliable compared to fossil fuels, which can easily be adjusted as per weather conditions dictate. They will rape and sterilize all solar property. There's no way around it. And this, about the flooding, that's ridiculous too. That's such a flood zone. I estimate that they're gonna have to put in, pretty good sized concrete drainage pipe all through those areas down there to keep from flooding everybody out. I've been out there for 20 some years, and I've seen what happens when 2 to 3 or even more inches of rain come down in 5 or 10 minutes. It's a raging torrent. It's scary. So, we need the renewables developed at a better efficiency. What is the rush for solar about anyway? Climate or a quick payoff for those pushing this nonsense? Hurry in case the sheep wake up to their slaughter. heard the World Forum on Climate in Davos, Sweden, not realizing they were being recorded, they said out loud, their goal is to reduce the human population. Humans bad for Earth, not them, they're special. What's the point here now if puppet Biden wants to destroy our economy to benefit everyone else? This valley is not suited for solar farms. Terrain, flooding, dust, not ample supplies of water. I only had 2 minutes, but I added some while we've been talking for the last 4 hours. So, okay, so drainage pipe from Sacramento Road to Sacramento Wash. I mean, that's the only way you're going to be able to take care of that. I mean, I have read, I'm not sure I'm not the only one, plants, mostly trees, absorb CO2 and then release oxygen in exchange. We should plant more trees. Let's cap off several hundred active volcanoes while we're at it. Maybe that'll fix global warming some. And as opposed to what TJ was saying, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of baloney. What about the independent impact statement on property value? No impact, baloney. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. William McCullough, or McCutler.
William McCullough at 3941 West Valley High Drive. The developers have said my house is the closest home in the entire development. I throw myself upon the mercy of the Board of Supervisors to enforce my concerns. My voice should be one of the strongest if my home is one of the closest to the developments. I spoke with Jane Bishop, who was at my house as she was out assessing the proposed development. And she said that the developers should buy me out, especially with my health concerns and the way the land lays out in that valley. Something I want to note is they keep talking about the 100-foot buffer zones that would be installed for the solar glare, flooding, and dust, but if you look at their proposal plan, they're only installing the visual buffers around 10% of the borders, only where the houses are. The other 90% is, they're not putting in nothing. I also want to note that there is posted for sale 3 miles up Route 66 on the same power lines and everything. There's a lot there posted for sale of over 4,800 acres. They can build there and be thousands of feet away from anybody's house, not like 100 foot from my bedroom like they want to be. I mentioned the lot for sale to TJ, the lawyer here that represents the developers, and he said that he had no idea if anybody had looked at that lot I mentioned for sale. I wish the Board of Supervisors could make the developers look at all the options before they choose to disturb people's lives. There's way more room for a solar factory 3 miles up the road, and they can build as big as they want to up there. The developers had said themselves on how dusty things during construction and until some sort of ground covering can grow back after the land gets completely scrubbed. I have COPD and was just put into a coma for a month, and the doctors told my family that I wasn't going to make it. And I did die a few times at the King Hospital, but I pulled through and went and had open heart surgery done, and everything I mentioned was done within almost a year to the date. I don't know if I could survive sleeping 100 foot from the ground, pounding dust storms. Please enforce, and my demands that developers take people's lives into consideration. And if they must build next to me, have them buy me out. I've already been told no by TJ, and I'm at the city's council's mercy now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Martin Runge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Martin Runge. I live in Golden Valley, less than 1,000 feet from the proposed solar farm. A lot of valid concerns have been raised today, ranging from property value decline, light pollution, from security lights, electromagnetic interference to cell phones and internet access, and stormwater issues, and of course, dust. But one thing I wanted to point out in light of the discussion over the moratorium, I think Mr. Mitchell's presentation is a perfect example of why we need a moratorium. There's a lot of information there that is quite misleading. He talked quite a bit about water utilization and how solar is so much less water utilization. What is misleading about that is the fact that that is during operation, not the construction phase. And if you look at what it takes to control dust, and looking at the old Hive project and watching that project progress, even with the amount of water they put down, there's huge dust storms during the construction and after they cleared the property. And talking to construction companies, they use about 4,000 gallons per acre per day on clearing land. So looking at, I think they mentioned 1,400 acres. So you start multiplying that out and you're getting well over 5 million gallons of water a day being used just to clear the land. And how long will the construction take? Weeks, months, who knows? But that's water we can't afford to lose. So again, going back to the moratorium, I think we need to stop and look at all the details and all the issues that these solar farms and renewable energy projects bring up, because they haven't been adequately addressed. And we need to take a closer look at it before we start allowing these things to come into the county. Additionally, the comments about energy flow in and out of the county or in and out of the state, that again is misleading, and we need to do more research on that to find out exactly what's going on, because UNS does buy energy and UNS also sells energy. And it's kind of like bond trading where you buy low, sell high. So to get a good handle of just what energy is produced in a county versus what's used, we have more produced than what's used. Now, can I speak on item 69, or do I need to come back on that?
No, you'll have to come back.
Okay. One last thing. I don't know why Mr. Mitchell was allowed to speak for 15 minutes and we're not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Becky Foster.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Mr. Elters, and Mr. Esplin. For the record, my name is Becky Foster, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this project, this rezone. I've made a lot of notes here while everybody was talking. I'll try not to duplicate. Number one on my list is Mojave County has some of the most beautiful high desert views, and millions of solar panels will ruin those views. Native wildlife habitat, it'll be eliminated for most species. Well, anywhere the solar panels are, they'll be eliminated. Excessive water use, that's been mentioned. I have a couple here that go with BLM land, so I won't cover that. I attended the Zoom meeting and with this company, Reenergy. They skirted and did not answer some very important questions. A couple that I recall is we asked, is the Bank of China one of your partners as mentioned in your publicity? They didn't answer that. They skirted it. Finally, they just ran out of time and never answered it. Another question was, are you going to sterilize the ground beneath the solar panels? They didn't answer that either, but it will be sterilized. They mainly talked about how they provide funds to 4-H, schools, other local organizations. Of course they do. That buys them goodwill for a while, and it's cheap. If the Chinese Communist Party or the Bank of China is involved in this, either overtly or covertly, which it probably will be through shell companies, that alone would be a reason to deny this request or any permit to operate. Another one is potentially increased flooding with grading and alteration of water flow in areas where there are a lot of washes. Increased in dust, which that was also mentioned. Devaluation of property values, I don't think I heard that yet. And that's a given, it will be devalued. The paperwork, the backup with this, this item states that the project complies with the county general plan. The county general plan has been, I guess you want to say updated, or it's been changed multiple times. And I don't know, Mr. Elters may remember this, and Chairman Lingenfelter, you may, I'm not sure. Around 85, 86, somewhere around there. Well, I guess I'm out of time. But I was going to talk about community unity and having, it's hard work to get all stakeholders together to decide what we, the people, want the county to be in the future. And I think it was a good idea with your moratorium.
Thank you. John Alexander. John Alexander, Nancy Barron. Nancy Barron.
Thank you for letting me speak. Nancy Barron, Golden Valley. I just made a few bullet points. I'll try to move through quickly. I share a property line with one of the proposed locations. This is a residential area. All of their other rezones are not. Their attorney called me on August 1st. He said they don't even have permits for the flood control yet or any other county permits. They don't even know if they can build there. The attorney admitted the company hasn't even decided which type of solar panels they will use if they get the rezone. So how can they give answers to our opposing arguments? They don't even know themselves what panels they're going to use. It is inappropriate and premature to vote for a rezone. Other solar companies state solar panels cannot hold up to 100+ degree temps on a regular basis. We see 120 degree regularly every year. Their attorney said he has never heard of this. So how can he effectively argue our opposition when he hasn't even done that research? Panels give off a hum. This affects animals, humans, and especially children. The bright reflection from the panels have disrupted flight patterns of migrating birds. High heat radiating off solar farms affect the surrounding areas, vegetation, animals, humans. Property values are affected. There is a whole room here and many others who would not purchase next to a solar farm, making those lots worthless to a lot of potential buyers. During the July 12th meeting here, I found it disgusting. During their PowerPoint presentation, they showed 6 red dots stating only 6 families in this residential area. Who gives them the right to devalue the lives of those only 6 families? Shame on them. Plus, I represent another 13 parcels getting ready to build. It is inappropriate and premature to vote for a rezone. Another point just added to this is there are places in California that the BLM has solar farms. they cited that their solar farm, their panels don't use water. These towns died because of the water use during the construction. And I have these new articles that I can forward to you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 68. What's the pleasure of the board? I've already closed the public hearing. I'm sorry. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Lincoln-Felter.
Supervisor Bishop.
I would like to call down our emergency management director, who has some very impressive fire experience that maybe he can answer some questions for me. Time's up. So as you're walking down to the podium, you've heard the comment, you know, it's all great until it's not. So I wanted to ask you some questions about fire safety.
I'll try to give you some answers.
Okay. Okay, as far as the water supply, I know there's a problem putting out the lithium battery fires that we see on accidents involving Teslas and those types of vehicles. Do you see this as a problem for any solar project? I mean, they typically have these batteries contained in a building on the property.
So I'll tell you what I do know. That right now we've in the fire service, they've been making a lot of discoveries that they are very difficult to put out. As far as cars and things like that, you know, some of the later recommendations are to actually bury them and let them burn out. And so I think you could see similar to that. I don't know that you're looking at the same size of batteries and in what quantities you're talking to, because I don't know if it's going to be the exact same, but that's what we're seeing out there. And it's raising some eyes. You know, and some concerns out there to the ability to do it, because obviously there's just not enough water to put most of those out is the long and short of it is. And in the location of most of those, they're not near a good water supply.
So basically, they need to be contained in some kind of a fireproof structure and then have a defensible space around them so that they can just burn out if the unfortunate happens. And
yeah, they're just trying to isolate them. And also when they do burn, that, you know, there are some, you know, anytime that anything burns, there's some toxins that are given off.
Okay, do you know if there's training going on across the state now for specialized training when it comes to this? Because solar farms are coming in all over the state and all over the nation. So have you heard of any specialized training?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I had.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that this company has a fire specialist that, thank you, it seems to be a concern. What happens if the unfortunate fire does occur in the next 20 or 40 years, the lifespan of this farm?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Bishop, thank you very much for the question. We have Mr. Arpin is a third-party fire safety consultant. And also, if we could move to slide 52, that might support. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Great question. As you mentioned, my name is Chris Arpin. I'm a fire protection engineer with Burns & McDonnell in Kansas City, Missouri. I work on energy storage projects all across North America and across the globe. And I believe you're referring to lithium-ion technologies and thermal runaway, most likely specifically, which is the fire phenomenon that we see in a lot of articles today. So you yourself kind of hinted at the fact that you can, and the gentleman that was here before me, the isolation strategy, the energy storage, if you choose a lithium-ion product, which once again, none of this has been designed or chosen yet, although lithium-ion is a very prominent technology on the market today. You put it's in a non-combustible, weatherproof enclosure. I mean, it has to be. And so that's a very defensive mechanism for controlling fire spread. And then beyond that, you do maintain the perimeter around it for a distance that's 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. You don't have any combustibles in that zone. So that water, you're correct, a lot of these go in, high water sensitive spaces. So you try and design accordingly. And as a fire protection engineer, I'm well aware of that environment that my projects are being proposed in. And there are several ways to put out a fire. We all know that. So if water is not available, you generally use another tool in your tool belt.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to mention to Ms. Heck that the answers to all of these questions that were on your petition that you had several people sign and send in to us were answered by this company, except for 3, which seemingly were directed to the county. So they did answer your questions, and I'd be happy to get this to you later. And I think, did the board receive copies of those answers? Let me see. So, I am not totally opposed to these energy farms. I think it might be interesting during this moratorium that if these 2 projects are approved, and basically it's one project with on different sides of Highway 66, it might be interesting to kind of watch to see how this progresses and base our changes that we make in our ordinances based on what we see happening there, because they are out in the open. And that's why I requested that they do a 200-foot setback from Highway 66. So I don't know if everybody in the audience knows what a distance of 200 foot is, but so what's the length of a football field? Travis, you should know that.
100 yards.
How many feet?
300 feet.
300 feet. So there you go. They are willing to put up a barrier that's a football field away from So they have made some stipulations which are attractive. They're willing to, after discussion, do the minimum setback all around the project of 100 feet. And then wherever the project is along the right-of-way of the open highway, they're willing to do 200 foot. And then any property where there's a residence, they're also going to do a 200-foot setback. And that's if there's an existing dwelling. And then they're not going to locate any panels anywhere in the washes or areas such as natural barriers. And they're going to try to not disturb vegetation any more than what's necessary. So one question that I don't know is, TJ, maybe you can answer me this. People have asked whether or not the land is going to be sterilized. Can you address that, please?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Bishop, thank you for the question. A quick point of clarification regarding the setbacks. You're absolutely right that pursuant to your request that we're implementing that 200-foot setback. But recall that many of the residences then are another 100 or so feet from their own property line. So in reality, to your point, there will be basically a full football field or more. Just wanted to make that point clear. Regarding the land. The goal will be to grade as minimal as possible. So obviously where there will be roadways within the property for vehicle access to the panels and things like that, those areas will have to be graded for kind of roads to be put in there. The rest of the site will not have to be graded or sterilized. And in fact, as I mentioned, there will be a revegetation plan. And the goal ultimately, after these panels get up in operation, that you'll be able to look at one of these sites, and it will look almost like the solar panels like sprung up out of the ground, because you'll see natural vegetation in and around the panels, in addition outside of the panels. So that's ultimately the plan. The site will not be sterilized. And in fact, the quality of the soil the goal will be to keep that, so that in the future, right after the natural life cycle of this project, that it could be used for other uses.
Okay, well, I think this is where we want solar farms, out near the Griffith Industrial Park. The transmission lines are there. It seems to make sense to me that this is a good area for solar farms.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson?
Supervisor Bishop, is there a purchase power agreement, or is this speculation?
I think this is just speculation. They've been requested by Unisource to purchase property and go forward with this. But TJ, can you answer that question?
Yes, if I may, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, these projects are already in the queue with Unisource. So there's a couple different ways that ultimately a contract could come to be, either through the RFP or through the qualified facility route. But these projects are basically number 2 in the queue. So they are pretty far along the process, and Unisource is hoping and expecting these projects to move forward, as is our hope.
So you have a contract with them? Or they just have it out for bid and you're going to build it and then hopefully they'll pick you up?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Johnson, I'd like to introduce Tony Gastino. He's the COO and co-founder of ReEnergy. He might be able to speak more specifically regarding the contract.
Thanks, TJ. Thank you, board, for having us here, and thank you, Chairman. I want to at least let you know that any question you have, any question the audience has, there's been a lot of misinformation, so I'm here to answer it. If anyone can speak for my company, it's me, because I'm one of the founders. So to some of the questions that were asked before, I do want to address those. But to answer your question specifically, yes, we do have a contract from Unisource for Airmos 2, and we're expecting shortly the one for Airmos 3. So these are basically 2 phases, but they are under individual special purpose vehicles.
And how much power are you?
They're each 75 megawatts AC. And what's interesting, to your point earlier this morning about the Griffith Energy Center being a merchant plant, it is. So what does that mean? That means it goes on the WAPA system. The WAPA system is it just moves power. They do not generate power. They're a load serving entity. So effectively, the Griffith Energy Center would sell power to, say, APS or California. Ironically, Unisource is probably purchasing that power back, because 1/3 of their needs are not satisfied by their own generation. So essentially you are buying not wholesale power, essentially. These projects will be Unisource projects. This power will be Unisource power. It is their contract. And again, it's on private land. I think there's been some misinformation about Teams meetings we were not on. Every outreach that we've done for this project with the landowners has been in person. Okay? There's, I think, some misunderstanding about some other projects, but these 2 projects on private land, all outreach was done in person. What's that? Or over the phone with you all, but I mean yeah. And to the question of who we are 100% American funded company. We're all Americans here. I saw a gentleman this morning who had a nice shirt, said DD214, DD214. I don't know if you all know what that is. I certainly do. I have that form. It says honorable discharge. So I just want you all to know that from what I've heard today, it sounds like you all are hurting for money. Help me help you. We want to do everything we can to give you some revenues. These projects on private land in an industrial corridor will bring good money, probably lower your power bills eventually, because it will be homegrown power, and it will avoid other uses of water, will prevent other uses of water, such as farming, which we could do here, residential development, which we could do here, and will displace power-hungry thermal generation, water-hungry, thermal generation, which you're currently using, which is orders of magnitude more water intensive than what we're doing here. We plan on not using any water during operations. We will have some water usage for dust suppression during construction.
So how are you getting the power out?
So Unisource purchases our power, and There's a 69 kV system that they have. If there's any overage, it can back feed into the WAPA system, which is nice. Additionally, there is plans at Unisource in the next few years, as you may know, the Golden Valley project to further buttress their system with a 230 spine, and that's getting done from the Mineral Park to the Griffith substation. So, you know, all these things are good for growth, but yeah, just we have power contracts.
And there is space available on the lines now to handle your power that you're going to sell.
As every generating plant has to go through system studies, and to a point that was made earlier, how do we not have some of this stuff done? This is step one. Why would we proceed if we don't even have this step? We are in the queues going through all the intensive grid studies with Unisource at this moment. They're very expensive, but we're doing those. We believe so much in this project, we actually bought the land, which is not very usual to do this. So we are landowners, but even before having the first permit that we need, which is this entitlement of the overlay. And there will be, like I said, many more steps that we'll have to, and should we be successful, we hope to be on the grid earliest is the end of 24.
I think that's one part of the thing that concerns people is that you bought the land before it was rezoned, where usually buying the land is conditioned upon the rezone. So
that's affirmative. I guess I may have to sell it if I don't get it right. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have another question, please.
Sure. Thank you.
Some of the people in the audience seem to really be upset about this Bank of China. What the heck is that all about?
Madam, I have no idea. I wish I knew, but.
Order. Thank you.
I honestly, I don't know. And this is why I get a little emotional, because I have no idea what this is talking about. But I can only speak for what I know, which is how my company's funded. And it's, like I said, 100% American investors. And we're all American citizens. So I just don't know what.
Do you do any banking in China?
Absolutely not.
You're not a communist or anything like that?
Last I checked, no.
I know you're attorney, so that's close, but.
He's not an attorney, he's lucky. I am.
Okay, so I take that back. So water seems to be a big concern, and you went over that in your presentation, and I know Chairman Lingenfelter wants to know more about the water usage. So could you go into that a little bit more?
Sure, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, your questions regarding the water usage in particular?
Yes.
So as we discussed, the land is currently entitled, to support residential or agricultural, other types of uses that would be much more water intensive. As we mentioned during operation, the water usage on the site would be it could actually be zero or very, very low. During construction, and the goal for construction would be 9 to 10 months. Don't quote me on that, because we all know how construction can change, but the goal would be 9 to 10 months. The water use during that time would still be less than half the water use of a comparable residential, if there is a wet residential use on the site for one home for every 25 acres. And as we had mentioned, that water use would be primarily related to dust suppression. It's important for us, obviously, to try our best to be great neighbors and make that construction as minimally invasive as possible. But again, that's only a temporary, that would be, like I said, 9 to 10 months. And then over the next 40 years, you would have virtually zero water use. So you'd basically be locking down these two projects totaling close to 1,400 acres with virtually no water use, which, during this time when water is such a precious resource, that's a real benefit to the community.
Okay, so if this does not get approved today, am I safe to assume that you will look for other properties in the same general area, but solar's here to stay, and we can monitor it and we can try to control it, but we can't make it go away, and it's going to be in somebody's backyard?
The only, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Bishop, the only thing I can say to that is Unisource, a rep from Unisource actually came and presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission in June after they initially heard our case in May, and they requested, hey, we would like some additional information from Unisource. A rep from Unisource came out and spoke to them in June, and his key, one of the key takeaways from his presentation at the Planning and Zoning Commission is we need power, and we are supporting these types of renewable projects, and we need them, especially in this county. So if it's not us today, I'm not going to guess or estimate, but renewable and especially power generation here in Mojave County has to increase in order to meet the increasing demands.
Well, I'm not sure how often you're supposed to wash solar panels, but I did buy an RV that has solar panels on it. I've had it for 8 months now, and it charges just as well today as it did when it was new, and I've never washed those panels. And
To your point, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Bishop, generally, when you look across the United States, we kind of have budgeted that it would be washed once or twice a year. However, as we've been discussing with currently operating solar facilities here in Mojave County, they have told us straight up, we do not spend any water washing our panels because the rainfall has been sufficient to do that. So.
I'm going to go ahead and jump in and make a motion to deny resolution 2023-136.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion?
What was the motion, Mr. Chair?
To deny resolution 2023-136.
Thank you.
Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
What was the vote count?
It approved 3-2 with,
Approval of denial, 3-2?
yes, unless Supervisor Johnson, I believe it was a yes.
Voted for the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, then
Motion,
it passes.
as appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 69 is a public hearing. Before we get into that, Mr. Attorney Esplin, we do have a state joint meeting that's scheduled in this auditorium at 5 p.m. We probably need to give them at least a little bit of time to prepare. What do we need to do? When do we need to adjourn this meeting? And when would we reconvene our meeting if we don't get through all of our county business today?
Let me just double check real quick what we need to do.
It's the White House. They want to know if we're going to come to their announcement tomorrow.
Oh, is it?
Nope. Pick it up and say, we're not interested.
Just go do a doozy.
So it depends on when you want to meet again. I mean, if you want to recess and resume with less than 24 hours notice, let's see if the public knows the initial is given. Notice is public given, so we need to give the notice of the time and place of the resumption of the meeting or the method by which notice shall be publicly given. If you go beyond that, then we're going to have to do a brand new notice and so on. So it depends on when do you want to resume and do you want to recess and resume within 24 hours, or do you want to go beyond 24 hours? That's what you have to decide.
What do the board members?
Can I ask a question? Is the last item about the taxes for the districts, is that statutorily, you need that by today?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Angus, we technically have until the third Monday in August, but the preference would be to have those rates adopted for the county or approved sooner than that. It gives the treasurer's office a lot more time to start putting into motion the tax bills.
Jenny, Well, first, does the board doesn't want to come back tonight after this special hearing, do they? I mean, that's going to be, we'll be here till midnight, so.
Correct. Chairman Lingenfelter, I think
Supervisor
69 should be heard
Sure.
today.
Yeah, we'll go through that one, of course, but just want to get this squared away before we get into that public hearing. Jenny, can we meet as soon as possible? Would you work with the board members to, I mean, it would be a special meeting, right? Or would it just be a continuance?
Chairman Lingenfelter, if you recess today and, for instance, say we're going to continue tomorrow at 10 o'clock, then we can do that without any huge notice. I mean, I would post a notice, but it would be not too labor intensive. If you're going to recess today and pick a different day, we really should put that on the record today if possible, so that the notice is done properly. I would tell you Wednesday the room is not available. We could do Thursday or Friday. We could look at Monday of next week.
Great. How does everybody's schedule look tomorrow?
I got things to do.
I do too.
I would push it off until the 21st, personally.
Okay.
So Chairman Lingenfelter, Attorney Esplin, is that okay to do that far out with, considering these are public hearings?
I'm worried about the planning and zoning ones.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them, 70 through 76, should go pretty quick, shouldn't they?
Attorney Esplin, Chairman Lingenfelter, that would be the only concern is public hearings are published to be heard within a certain time.
Right.
Your regular agenda, the items there, no problem pushing those out to another meeting.
Right.
But again, like Attorney Esplin says, the public hearings are the concern there with publications.
Well, certainly, I'll do my darndest to get us through as many as we can. All right. Well, I guess we'll get back into it then. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 69. Mr. Alex McAfee. McAfee.
My name's Alex McAfee. I live in Golden Valley. I will finish up my statement that I had started earlier. There are some other concerns that I have, as well as many of my neighbors have concerning it. One of the other concerns is we all want to go solar because solar is green energy, and that's what we're trying to get to. However, when solar panels are produced, manufacturers use harmful chemicals. Traditional solar panels require the purest silicone because it is especially conductive. Pure silicone production uses nitrogen trifluoride and sulfur hexafluoride, two of the most harmful greenhouse gases known. While a newer lightweight, I can't even pronounce the name of the panel, eliminate much of the need for silicone, they pose greater concerns for depositing water-soluble lead into the ground. Lead toxicity has been one of the most vexing, long-lasting challenges that we have. Keep in mind that solar panels have only a 20 to 30-year lifespan. Because of this, we're beginning to see a new challenge, deciding what to do with broken or worn-out panels. Before the glass or silicone casings can be recycled, they should be heated in cement ovens to burn off the metals. But there are barriers. This process is expensive. It isn't easy to find a solar panel recycling facility, and there isn't a lot of oversight to ensure that it happens. It is simply cheaper to just bury them in a landfill somewhere, where the panels break down, leaching toxic metals into our lands. Solar sites must be relatively close to substations and utility lines to do this. A range of roughly 5 miles or less should be maintained between a utility substation and a solar farm. Additionally, it is recommended that a 3-phase distribution line is around a quarter of a mile from the site. It has been proven that our part of the desert in Arizona is not a good choice for solar panels. The panels cannot handle the heat, the amount of extreme heat that we have, as well as the length of time that we have that extreme heat. This leads to the breaking and breakdown of these panels. During their initial presentation, they said that their panels, when they break, they do not leach anything. However, during that Zoom meeting, they could not say which panels they were going to use. So that's up for question on whether that is a true fact or not. Not only do they put off heat, but they also put off a hum that affects humans, especially young children and animals. And in our rural area, Many of us do have animals that we take care of. They get away with misleading about safety because unless the panels are broken, which does happen often in rainstorms and high wind areas, the toxins leach into the groundwater and the water from the substations, which have to be within a 5-mile radius or less. So they can say it's not the solar farm that's leaching into the water, it's the substations that are leaching into the water. And they always neglect to mention that. So lastly, I would just like to point out that none of these people live in Mojave County.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
Thank you for your time.
Chairman Lingenfelter,
Supervisor Angus.
this is basically part 2 of item 68. They're kind of together. It's part 1 and part 2, right? So last one failed 4-1, so I think most everything is kind of moot now. Is that true?
This is a separate resolution under consideration and a separate public hearing and a separate
I was just
Parcel,
wondering
I
if one could be done even without the other. So,
no, I think we were required to have this public hearing. William McCullough. Scott Varvel.
Thank you, guys. Scott Barville, Golden Valley resident. Although the presentation there is pretty slick, I've got a lot of experience operating equipment and grading and building.
I didn't know how to do that part.
These roads on these solar farms, they have to have a road access quite literally down every row. They also have to dig to bury the lines. They also have to put overhead poles and such to transmit the power produced. The dust control thing, again, the amount of water it's going to take to keep that, and when the shift ends, I assume they're not going to operate 24 hours a day on the construction. When the shift ends, you have 12, 14, 18 hours in which for the soil to dry out, the wind does blow at night. And again, the replanting of this, it's not practical. I've operated too much equipment here in the desert, and I know what the dust is. So I think, although they might be well-intentioned, I do believe that it's a bit of a fairy tale that this dust control and revegetation scheme is going to work. And I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito, I think you were signed up.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. I thought I signed up for both, but in all the chaos this morning, I must have missed one. First of all, I would like to absolutely call foul on the idea that you don't have to wash these panels. Actually, thank you for the hour-long lunch. I was able to not only go home, water the animals, but I was able to wash my panel and turn it back towards the sun. As I stated earlier on the moratorium issue, the weather here is just not amenable to these solar panel type projects. I have the ability, since I only have a limited number of panels, when the monsoon's coming, I watch the AccuWeather. I literally unplug them and bring them inside because the hail and I had one get flipped over. I've had them ripped off my porch roof. It's a mess. So the idea that, these panels aren't going to get broken from hail or that they don't get dust. Anybody who lives or owns property in Golden Valley knows it is a very, very windy, dusty place to be. I have to constantly clean my panels. It only takes a cursory search of YouTube on solar panel maintenance to have all the experts showing you how they have to climb up on the roof of their RV every day and wipe them down, and because you have diminished capacity. So I don't think that they're being honest in that. I understand that they have to have a certain amount of greenhouse credits and all of that other nonsense. CO2 is plant food. It actually is a greenhouse gas in that they pump it into greenhouses to actually grow more food. So CO2, good. Solar panel farm, bad. The majority of people don't want it. I appreciate you voting down the last one. I hope you'll vote this one down too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Martin Runge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Martin Runge. I live in Golden Valley. Just want to talk about a couple things left over from my comments on item number 68. But first, I wanted to talk about the setback, and I brought this up before. 100 feet, 200 feet doesn't make a difference. From where I live, which is 5 miles from where that Hive solar plant on I-40, I can see that. That's 5 miles away. My yard is 200 feet isn't even halfway across my yard. So these setbacks, I live 1,000 feet from the first solar parcel. That isn't going to make any difference. If that's all the further they're going to move it back, don't bother. That's not going to make a difference. Next thing I wanted to talk about was property value. Lots of studies done on property value and the impact that solar farms have. And the common denominator seems to be who's funding the studies on the property value decline. Homeowners associations and the like typically find a whole lot of decline in property value. Solar developers at fund studies typically find that there's minimal to no decline in property value. The problem is, and again, why the moratorium to research these type of things would be good, is that these studies pick and choose the different variables to make their study outcome look the way they want to. And the Berkeley National Lab did a study, not looking at the values per se, but what the variables are that impact the value. And the two critical ones are the size of the solar arrays. The larger they are, the more decline there is. And the second one is the area they go in. The less densely populated or the more rural area, that means higher decline in property value. So that's an independent study, and that's about the only one that probably means anything. So I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. The other part is the alternative I mentioned earlier about rooftop solar. I think that project that Nucor is doing on their own property falls into that category, where if it's a business or a private property owner that can put up their own solar panels if they wish to, not only will save them money, but will save on the impact of the environment and all the negatives that the residents have brought up on this issue. So I think that's something that certainly is a much better solution than a huge solar farm of so many different acres. So when it comes time to look at that closer, that's an alternative that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Sir. Glenda Hill? Glenda Hill? Danielle Keck.
I just want to put this up here one more time. So when they gave their original presentation to the Planning and Zoning Commission, they only clarified this as a wildlife corridor. And then when I pulled up the FEMA designated flood zone map, this is actually a zone A, which is a FEMA high-risk designated flood zone. So I don't even know that, but when I was talking to people in the community, they were laughing, half of them, because they said, they don't know that turns into a river. Like, those panels are gonna be gone. And from my understanding is you can't even do any grading in the washes, that's illegal. So I'd like to know if that was true. And then also their CEO, not this guy right here, but the other guy from Greece, I forgot his name, but he has a foundation or founded a foundation where they give home solar kits to low income families in Africa. So if you know anything about foundations and what, those are designed for, That's interesting to me. Also, Supervisor Bishop, using your people who are coming together right now as a community and expressing their feelings and then you're willing to sacrifice us as a testing ground to these people for money. He just said it. That's the main thing that they have to offer these people is you guys money, and you're willing to sacrifice us and our children and our property values in the name of money. That kills me. And that was what you're promoting, the way that you were talking about these guys. And I just want to share something. My dad owns a hay ranch in Newberry Springs, California. It's right outside Barstow when you're going in. And there are a ton of solar projects going on right now. And they actually came and presented to him about his ranch and stuff. And then they found out that they couldn't sell the power back to the grid because it's already at full capacity. But some of his business partners out there who are longtime family friends. My dad's been a hay rancher for a long time. They are calling us and telling us that they're coming outside of their houses up with 3 feet of dust piled outside their doors, and they don't know who to contact. They don't know who they're supposed to call because they cannot control the dust out there. So Newberry Springs, it's very similar to this area. This area is probably even worse. So I just wanted to take that time to share some more information. And, we don't want these here, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 69. Supervisor Bishop?
So it's my district, but go ahead and make your motion, Travis.
Chairman Lingenfelter, may I make a comment
course.
as the applicant regarding this? Appreciate it, and I'll keep it quick. We're certainly not going to do the whole presentation again. I just wanted to be here to answer any questions that you all might have. If there's concerns regarding, the water use or about watering, those types of things, we're happy to enter in stipulations. We've been trying to work with the neighbors and Supervisor Bishop's office to try to come up with reasonable stipulations that would address any of the potential concerns that members of the community might have. Another kind of question, maybe for clarification, Chairman Lingenfelter, is regarding the last item. It seemed to me that Supervisor Bishop was in the middle of a discussion regarding maybe some of the potential benefits of item number 68, and then there was the motion for denial, and I'm not sure if we obtained clarification regarding the reasons supporting that denial, and so I just was asking you if there was any clarification regarding that.
Your question is why the denial?
Yes, sir. We believe that we met the requirements under the ordinance and that these are good projects, and we didn't hear anything regarding the reasons behind the denial, and so we were hoping that those could be put on the record, please.
Well, I voted my conscience on the issue. That's the only explanation you're going to get from me.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
No, you've...
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Supervisor Bishop.
Since you have not made the motion, I'll make the motion to approve. Approve the recommended motion as written. And the reason I do that is because this particular solar farm has been over backwards trying to do what they can to kind of conform and fit in with the community. It's close to the Griffith Energy Park. We need more energy for Unisource. It's not my favorite thing to do, but with this administration, we're being required to have so much solar in Mojave County, and we're not going to stop it. I don't want to see these solar farms on our public use lands. I would rather see them on private property so that we can regulate them somewhat and have some control where we don't have any control on the federal lands. So I understand that you want a moratorium, you don't want to see anything done until you say it's time, but this is private property and it's private property rights. And I think these gentlemen should have an opportunity to do what they want with their private property. And that's my motion to approve.
You've heard that motion in second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
No. Motion fails. Attorney Esplin, do we need an additional motion or?
So if the board wishes to recess the meeting, we can do that. You would be recessing this meeting, so it would still be this meeting. If the board, so we'll need a motion for recess and then set a date and a time for the next meeting. If you do it within 24 hours, there's no need to do additional notice. If you do it beyond the 24 hours, then the clerk of the board will have to do the notice like you would typically do. But it is a recess of this meeting, so it's still the same meeting. We've already given notices to all the other that are required by law and that were carried over to the next meeting. I've talked briefly with the clerk of the board and possible dates. We'd recommend to do it this week, tomorrow, or Friday, or even Monday of next week. But we need to make sure we state on the record when that date and time of that meeting would be.
So your preference is that we recess, we reconvene tomorrow, combination of in-person and remotely, or on Wednesday?
Yes, I'd prefer tomorrow if we could, but if not, then we're looking at Friday or Monday. Tomorrow, Friday, or Monday are the available times.
My wife may be in surgery tomorrow.
No, we can't do
I'd prefer
that.
to push it off until the 21st if we could.
Chairman Lingenfelter, the
Supervisor
only
Angus.
problem I have right now is 92. That has to be, they need that clarity so they can start working on it. And I think because we're postponing this, that they're going to be late in their schedules. This will only take a second if we wanted to do it now, item 92.
As far as recessing, when would the board like to reconvene? We want to be sensitive to what's going on, obviously, right? So, and you have hesitation with postponing all the way to the 21st.
Yeah, because we already have a scheduled meeting on that day. We want to be clear that this is this is a recess of this particular meeting, and we're not pushing off to another meeting. We are having still this meeting. This meeting is still taking place, but it's being recessed to another date.
We can recess to next.
You could just re-agendize the items onto the next meeting.
We could. The only concern I have that is the ones that are agendized for the public hearings today. The public hearings, they were agendized and posted and notified for the hearing today. And so we want to say this is still the same meeting. If we put it on the 21st, a lot of these require 15 days notice. And the 21st is 14 days. So that's the challenge.
Are we able to recess until next Monday?
Yes, you can. We can do that. And the clerk of the board is available.
Would the board be able to reconvene after we recess on next Monday?
I will be on vacation.
I won't be around.
I want to make sure that we at least have a quorum. Okay, we'll at least have a quorum. So we'll recess and I'll make a motion, I guess.
A motion to recess and then motion to recess this
9:30.
meeting to Monday at whatever time. Monday is the 14th.
So we can't reconvene sometime this week?
Friday would be the only other option.
Friday would be an option. If you do it Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, I don't know what the clerk's schedule is after that.
It's not so much my schedule as the room schedule. I don't have any availability in this room on Tuesday. On Wednesday, the 16th, you already have a 9:30 special meeting, so I guess you could do your special meeting and reconvene this meeting right after that. If you chose to do all that in the same day.
Yeah, you could try to do that.
Great idea.
On the 16th? Yeah. I think we have at least a quorum on the 14th. It's
Okay,
it's
and
challenging to do it on the spot.
so on the 14th, what time would you like that meeting set?
9:30 work for everybody? It's going to be here at 9:30.
So we'll need a motion to recess to August 14th at 9:30.
Yeah, but before we do that, is there urgency on making a determination on item number 92?
I think it would be much convenient to financial staff. It has to be done by the third Monday of the month of August, but the financial staff has to get everything in and ready to go. And so I'd recommend if you can do 92, do that today.
All right, we'll try to get through item 92. Just
Chairman, if I may, just real quick on item 69, the motion to approve failed. I just want to clarify with Attorney Esplin, do we need a motion to deny that in order to deny that resolution?
Is that how we typically do it?
Generally,
Yes, yes.
All right, for item number 69, I'll make a motion that we deny resolution number 2023-137.
Second.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
The spirit of habit, do have it, so ordered. Item number 92.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter, board members. So I'm going to run through this as quickly as I can. The attached schedule shows 78 separate tax levies. There was a last-minute revision for a minimum school tax for Yucca School District. The clerk has been provided with an updated schedule, but I can show you right here, highlighted in blue is the minimum school tax rate for Yucca. Only 4 of the tax levies on here are actually set by the Board of Supervisors. That's the county general rate, flood control, library, and TV district, and all 4 of those rates remain unchanged from last fiscal year. So all the other rates, with the exception of some that I'm going to talk about very briefly, the board is acting in administrative capacity only. There's been discussions on this in years past. It's just the way that the law is written. It's one of the duties of the office that you've all been elected to, but happy to discuss that if needed. The biggest change this year is related to type 03 school districts. I included a fact sheet related to those in the backup, but basically in 2022, the legislature made changes related to those type 3 school districts, which requires the Board of Supervisors to adopt a different tax rate and levy for each qualified type 3 school district in the county. And the legislation had a delayed effective date. So it was passed in 22, effective beginning this year. Just some background on that very quickly. A type 3 school district is a common school district. It's a school district that does not fall within a high school or union school district. There's 2 key terms to be aware of, and that is the district of residence and the district of attendance. Previously, the common school districts, and those would be the districts of residence, were charged varying tuition rates by the high school districts that the students chose to attend, and that would be their district of attendance. And so last year, legislation was pursued to make a change that established a uniform amount that high schools can charge for students that reside in type 3 districts. Before this legislation passed, that school district of residence really had no idea what they were going to be charged by the district of attendance, and the amounts were all over the map. And so this provides some uniformity there. It just basically simplifies how those costs are going to be paid for those students. The legislation added subsection F to ARS 15-992, which, as I said, requires the County Board of Supervisors to levy the property tax rate in each one of those school districts. It's based on the average equalization amount in the county, and it's multiplied by the number of students in each one of those districts. That is the basis for the levy rate. And
are you telling us something that it wasn't in the backup?
no, it's in the backup.
Then I don't need to hear it again.
Okay. Then with that, the recommended motion is moved to adopt the FY 23-24 tax levies and rates for Mojave County tax authorities and acknowledge the tax levies for special districts, school districts, fire districts, and cities and towns in accordance with ARS 42-17-151 and 254.
Supervisor Angus.
Chairman Lingenfelter, for the sake of time, I will forego my usual rant about why I think we should not have to vote on this, and I will make a motion to approve item 92.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you, Board.
Do have it, so have it. Motion to recess until Monday, August 14th, 2023 at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m., excuse me.
So moved.
You for that motion and second? I'll second that, actually. You've heard that motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Can you clarify the time? The date and the time?
Next Monday, August 14th, at 9:30
9:30 a.m.
a.m.
in this room, in this building, correct?
Where else are we going to have it? Yeah,
Just making sure it's on the record.
it's on the record, right here.
Yeah.
We're adjourned, or we were recessed, sorry, excuse me.